The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leo Ubaga. One body has been recovered following the Tudo Creek boat tragedy. Confirming the recovery of the body, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki said 19 were rescued on Friday, adding that the search effort is continuing for 2 missing persons. Kindiki said the government will also support the brave locals who were the fast responders and who helped save lives. Psychological social support will also be provided to the survivors who are left visibly shaken by the incident.
Nilikuwa nataka nione mtoto wangu. Maana sijamuona. Ni mtoto huyu mmoja. Sijafanikiwa kuzaa mwingine. Ndio mvulana, ndio msichana. Mungu alinipa Kalebo Tieno peke yake. Nasikia uchungu ile yangu yote. Ni uchungu mtoto wangu hatajui kuogelea. Mimi aliogelea lini mimi mtoto wangu?
President William Ruto has said he has brought together major political rivals, including ODM leader Raila Odinga, retired President Uhuru Kenyatta and KANU leader Gideon Moi, describing the move as part of a bold plan to transform Kenya into an economically prosperous nation by 2055. Speaking at the AIC's Iwani Church service in Nairobi, President Ruto stressed that realizing this vision will require collaboration between various leaders, including those from the opposition. The president has stressed that this is a time to elevate Kenya's status, saying he has engaged more than half of the MPs in the drive to strengthen the nation's economy.
I have had a conversation with our former Prime Minister Raila Odinga on how we are going to move this country from a third world country to a first world country. I have engaged my brother, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, on how we are going to move this country from a third world country to a first world country. I have engaged many, including Gideon Moi recently, and I will continue to engage all the leaders until we come together so that we can take this country to be a first world country in our lifetime, because it is possible.
Meanwhile, President Ruto has also dismissed critics who questioned the government's ability to deliver on its promises, highlighting the progress the country has made under his administration. The suspect, accused of vandalizing and stealing a statue of Mau Mau freedom fighter Dedan Kimathi, is expected to appear in court today. Police have confirmed that the suspect, believed to be involved in the act, has been arrested. In a video circulating on social media, the man is seen waving the severed head of the statue in the middle of Nairobi before being arrested. Rodriguez Runalo is a Nairobi County Government officer.
Tukaona kwamba jamaa amebeba gunia ambalo ni kubwa sana, na tukawa na hamu ya kutaka kujua ni kipi kiko ndani ya gunia ile. Tulipomfuata kweli tulipata kwamba amebeba kijigunia ambacho kilikuwa na sanamu, mojawapo wa sanamu ambayo ni ya ukumbusho katika eneo hili ya Dedan Kimathi, mpiganaji mmoja wa uhuru wa Mau Mau. Tulipoanza kumuuliza maswali kwamba ni vipi umepata sanamu hii, akaanza kidogo kuwa mjanja ya kwamba nimeiokota ikiwa chini.
The statue of Dedan Kimathi, erected in honor of the Mau Mau freedom fighter, has long stood in the heart of the city as a symbol of Kenya's independence movement. The vandalism of the statue has sparked public outrage and renewed calls for the government to strengthen the protection of national monuments and heritage sites across the country. And finally, in the international scene, a military unit backing anti-government demonstrators in Madagascar on Sunday reportedly installed General Demosthenes Piculas as the new chief of the army staff. Multiple reports indicate that Piculas, chosen by CAPSAT unit that joined youth-led protests on Saturday, was formally installed during a ceremony at the army headquarters attended by Armed Forces Minister Manonsoa Deramasinjaka. Earlier on Sunday, the Capset unit declared in a video that it would now issue all orders for Madagascar's army, including land, air and naval forces. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, Madagascar's army has repeatedly intervened in power struggles, most notably in the 2009 coup that brought President Andry Rajoelina to power. The announcement came after the presidency accused unspecified forces of attempting to overthrow the government. Remember to continue enjoying the EPL marches across our radio stations, Berur, Radio Maisha, and right here on Spice FM. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large the government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why? Tell me what is.
Well, first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with people with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
People are fighting with chairs. Others are going to help them fight with the chair. That's how this Monday morning has begun, with some... there's still some fight left in you. It's the 13th of October. Good morning, Dennis and Dennis.
Good morning, Ndu.
Ah, very good.
13.
Today is the 13th, imagine.
Okay.
Is it not the 13th?
Yeah.
It's the 13th.
Yeah.
Mm.
They say 13 is not a good number.
If it falls on a Friday.
Friday, yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Well, in some countries, it doesn't matter.
It's just the 13th.
13.
That's the problem.
They don't even have number 13 on the lifts.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The countries that don't do that. Hotel room number 13 does not exist.
I've never slept in a hotel number 13, actually.
Because in some hotels, number 13 doesn't exist. They'll do 12,
interesting.
then they'll do 14.
Well, they'll do 11, 12, 14.
Yeah, they'll skip 13.
That's very interesting. I actually never realized that.
So you get into the lift, is 0 to 12, then the next one is 14.
And you'll find that the floor that would be 13 is like a lounge or something, or like a restaurant.
Yeah, or like a place where they like keep artifacts and stuff like that.
How superstitious we are.
I know.
Yeah.
So, good mornings.
Uko salama?
Niko salama kabisa, labda nyinyi?
Salama kabisa.
How was your weekend?
Mine was all right.
I know it's a good one when I see him doing jeans.
Which where?
It's an extension of the weekend.
Where can you see? Can anybody see jeans?
Yeah, you can see.
That's it's an extension of the weekend. I woke up lazy this morning, so I said, you know what the heck?
Okay. Aseto? Kuna magani?
Salama,
So time there.
I know, this is just my effort.
Sawa, effort ya Dennis, is it?
But inspiration, yes.
Ulitushtua hapa na suti one time nikafikiria that whole week. Wow, three piece, double breast, three piece, double breast.
See, once in a while. Si kila siku.
But you're good, eh?
Wewe? Missed you on Thursday.
Ni mimi ama kuna giza hapa ndani?
He said something.
What did you say?
I missed you on Thursday.
No, I had that.
Deal with
I
the
had
issue.
that.
I know you did. I know you did. That's what I was trying to,
I missed you all on Thursday.
I missed you too.
all on
Are you
Thursday.
okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Can't complain.
Super duper.
Hanging in there.
Good. If you're together, that's important. Right. So it's 14 after 6. It's Monday, the 13th of October, and getting into conversations this morning. Hope everybody's doing all right. This is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation. Our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And the lady in maroon is here this morning. Lydiah, how are you? Very good. She's even giving you thumbs up, all hands waving, both hands. When you see both hands, it's a good thing. And here we are this morning saying, everybody, good morning, Karibuni Sana, and thank you for joining us as we get into things this morning. Our audience is also here on KTN, and everybody tuned in around the country, the region, and the world. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. We're going to be getting into a number of those this morning, coming off of the weekend where trees were planted, hands were shook, and people were shook. And that's what we're getting into. Things this morning. All right, so let me let you know what we'll talk about before we get into it, shall we? Let you know what some of those conversations will be. So, of course, everybody's wondering, so what happens next? In terms of what happens next, nobody's quite sure, but let's talk about what's happening now, shall we? We'll start off with a conversation at 7 o'clock with the Deputy Party Leader of the Safina Party and lawyer Willis Otieno. Re-perceived political realignments. So you can perceive and then you can re-perceive. In this case, are we re-perceiving things? That's the conversation that we'll have today. So helicopters landed, decisions were taken, hands were shook, and people are wondering, okay, so what does that mean and which direction are we going in? Well, does it have any impact on how things are moving forward? We'll talk about that with Willis Otieno at 7. And then the party leader of DAP Kenya is Eugene Wamalwa. He said some interesting things over the weekend, interestingly enough. So we'll have a conversation with him at 8. And we'll be looking at the state of the nation. The plan, they have a plan, it would appear. And he said some things in church in Mwea yesterday. And one of the things he said was that, you know what? We've realized that it doesn't matter who leads. We've not decided who it's going to be, but we know that one thing must happen, that we must not allow the current president to come back in 2027. Let's talk with him at 8. Then we're going to round things off with Erastus Omwenche. He's the former COMESA Secretary General and for AU Deputy Chairperson. Kenya at the helm of COMESA. When it comes to what regional bodies are able or not able to do, when it comes to integration, when it comes to economic development, etc., etc., we'll talk from his experience in terms of that. Kenya at the helm of COMESA, now leading that. Sawa sawa. Those are what our conversations look like. Thanks for already joining us, those of you who are. Really glad to have you in the room this morning. So even as we get into things, we'll talk. Sawa sawa. All right.
Yes.
Mr. Aseto, where are you taking us this week?
Liberia. Let's go to Liberia.
Liberia. Oh, my sister is currently on mission in Liberia.
Okay. So let's just a few things about Liberia. Now located on the west coast of Africa, bordered by Sierra Leone, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, and the Atlantic Ocean. Now the capital, Monrovia, was named after a U.S. president, John Monroe, right? And it has a population of around 5.5 million people as of 2025 estimates. Now, it was
sorry. So you know? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes.
No. Go ahead. I think you were going to say what I was going to say. So please let me.
It was founded by freed African American slaves.
Yeah.
Right. In 1822, by freed slaves from the United States under the American Colonization Society (ACS). Yes, that's what you want to say.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so Monrovia, you think about a U.S. president.
They still
even their flag is
very American.
American.
And they still operate in dollars.
Yeah.
And their accent is actually very interesting because that accent just seems to be passed down. It has a really southern drawl to it. Southern American drawl to the Liberian accent right now.
Is it the president who spoke, I think before Trump? Trump was so impressed by his English.
Yes.
He's the president, right?
Yes.
Liberia.
Yes.
Okay.
It is the only country in Africa whose official language is English.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go to the proverb. No matter how long the dry season lasts, the rain will come again.
Amen.
That was a very
touched a nerve. Yeah. Interpret it, please. I want to hear this one.
Oh my God, it's Monday. It's too early in the morning.
I was actually talking about... See how they're looking at me. It's true now. Everything is just for a season. It'll all get better with time. In fact, I think Leona Lewis sang that song. It'll all get better with time. It'll change. The rain doesn't last forever. Just the same thing like the dry season doesn't
last forever.
Doesn't last forever.
You know, that is a politically correct response, right?
But it's true. It's not true. Even some political statements can be true. Nothing lasts forever.
Yeah.
Even you might be in the pit of it, you know? It's just like they say. So, like, even Joseph in the Bible went from pit to palace.
Yeah.
And you're not going to... It might be terrible at that moment when you're walking, wading through it, and you're like, oh my God, is this going to ever end? But it'll get better at some point. It'll change. The rain will stop. Or when it's so dry, the rain will come. And then think about it. Maybe some time ago you were having the worst of times and you thought, will I ever get out of this? But here you are today, and you actually did get out of it. So nothing lasts forever.
I think it reminds me of one of my favorite verses in the Bible, and it's found in the 30th chapter of Psalm, the 5th verse, that says, weeping may endure for a night,
but joy
comes in the morning. Still speaks of seasons.
Yep.
So there's somebody listening today who is mourning. Joy will come at some point.
Yep.
There's somebody who's trying to find some answers or get some solutions because they're in a fix or they're in a problem. That time is going to come. There's a time to cry. There's a time to laugh. There's a time to plant, a time to harvest.
Yep.
It just speaks of times and seasons for me, meaning that nothing lasts forever. Yeah.
For me, this speaks of hope, you know. Regardless of the situation that you're in, if you have that hope that things will get better, it will definitely get better.
True.
You know, so you might be in the pit, like you say, you might be in that hole, but if you keep on hoping that there is light at the end of the tunnel, even when you don't see that light, it will finally end there.
Yep.
You know.
It's the same thing that Pierre Lumumba tells us here in the show when we're talking about the country and the state of our nation. And he says, there is hope. It may look so dark now, but there is hope. One day, there's a generation that will look back and read about the sacrifices of very many people and read through transcripts of what people used to discuss in shows like this one. There's a generation that will be like, there used to be somebody called Ndu, and Dennis Aseto, and Dennis Okari, and this is what they did. Okay. Somewhere we'll read about the freedom fighters.
True.
Yeah.
Look at that.
So, because we want to be here forever, even it speaks of just life generally. You know, there's a way you live like you'll not die. One day we all will go somewhere. The question is, where are we going?
It just reminded me of something I saw. There's this influencer who was just creating how it looks like in a grave, especially like Muslim burial and whatnot. So he spent 10 hours in a grave to just feel how it is. 10
hours in the grave, it was
10
closed?
hours in the grave, it was closed, yeah.
And
He just went through the entire experience with his
no
phone
oxygen?
and everything. I think there was some oxygen, but it was just like when they were pouring the soil, then the footsteps left and it was pitch black and silent, alone. So he was just describing how when we are up here living, you don't imagine where you're headed and your final destination. So anyway,
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway.
Wow.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's a new week. I don't know why my mic is feeling like it's distorted. Maybe Lydiah, just help me check on that. I don't know, not quite sure. Okay.
Just try.
We'll be like, I can hear something off there.
All right.
We'll be like the guys in the event.
Yeah.
Blowing into the thing.
Can you hear me?
Well, they hold the mic like this, but they're talking like this.
Then you expect
so, as I was saying, what one Nairobi?
And you're over there.
Arambe. Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. And I know that you guys are tuning in. And those of you who are listening into the show this morning, we use this as a point of contact to say hello to everybody and just touch base with you one by one. For those who send comments and say good morning, throwing that right back at you and saying thanks for joining us every morning as you do. Don Sabwa, Ndu, Ask Okari, and Aseto. Okay. Now, both of you, the questions for both of you, to fill in the dots. Nyota Fund, Hustler Fund, Uwezo Fund, Youth Fund, Women Fund, Empowerment Fund, then so the dot is dot. You're supposed to fill in the dots in terms of the next one.
I'll leave this for Aseto. Jaza Mapengo.
Next fund.
Yeah. Nyota is the latest. It's the latest, what is that, flavor of the month.
Yeah.
New kid on the block is Nyota.
I have an idea. I go first.
Yes.
Unity Fund.
Oh, Unity is coming next. Tumalizana na Nyota first.
See, after Nyota.
Oh, after Nyota. Okay, that's the question.
Unity.
Unity Fund.
Yeah.
Salam Fund.
Oh. I see what you've done there. Well done. Sheesh.
Okay. See, we are united.
Okay.
It's important.
Okay. Pan-African Kenyan says good morning. Oh, and then Don Sabas, of course, goes to say hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
Peter Kiaria says good morning, tuning from Mombasa. A lion doesn't concern himself with the opinions of a sheep. Have a great day. I agree. Jambo Nyote says R. Then you say what? Hello.
To Jambo.
Thanks. Desmond Otis says good morning, tuned in everybody. Okari, jeshi ya Madagascar wamefanya je huko.
They joined the protest.
Yeah.
Madagascar said, excuse me.
And imagine it's one of those countries I wanted to go on vacation, by the way.
Yeah?
You can still go. This is the country that elected a former DJ.
I know.
You don't think that because the army has now taken over that things are not just going to keep flowing.
Yeah.
You might get in and not get out. You know, it's an island country.
It is.
So the only thing, the distance between you and your country is water.
Or a vanilla pod.
Oh, yeah.
And if you can't swim, shauri yako.
Too bad.
Yeah.
You could try float on the pod. But anyway.
That's a good thing what the military did.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. And it's the elite unit of the military that joined.
Like, you know what? We're not going to kill our people.
True.
No.
We've refused.
Yeah.
You were telling us to attack them because they're protesting? Absolutely not. Not going to happen. Not on our watch. How about that?
Yeah.
Are the winds blowing north? That's the question everybody's asking. Look at what's happening in the southern belt of the continent and now into the Indian Ocean belt. What's happening? Are those winds blowing north? Is the question. Melbourne says, knock, knock. Who's there? It's Melbourne. Good morning to you. Robert Toboko is tuning in from Mombasa this morning. Christopher Gore says, good morning. Tuned in from Maseno as usual. Wishing you all a productive week ahead. Amen. Thank you so much. Louis Rudasingwa says, good morning, Spice. Good morning to you guys. I just want to take a moment and say thank you every day for religiously tuning in to join us in these conversations as you do. We don't take it for granted. And I say that all the time. It's starting to sound cliche. But you know what? It's true. And thank you. Eric O'War says, good morning, guys. Rose Grace is tuned in from Menara. Okay. Have a blessed week ahead. Bonjour à tous, says Agola. Good morning to you, sister. Hope you're well. Abid Weli Hassan is tuning in this morning. I like this conversation. Well, thank you, sir. And thank you for tuning in. Soldier Boy is tuning in this morning. I still don't understand how Gideon could shake hands with Ruto. Well, I mean, you extend your hand, the other one takes it, you shake. But I guess I know what you mean. Nisawa too. Meanwhile, let's enjoy the show. Let's do it. Christina A says, good morning. It's my daughter's birthday. Please, Ndu, sing for Lena. She's half my age, officially 15. Pray to never lack so that my daughters don't end up like me. Oi, Christina, honey, you've done well. You got a daughter who's 15. And we're going to sing happy birthday to Lena, 15. You're almost at sweet 16, and you're almost there. Happy birthday to you, Lena, and may you have many more. And if you end up to be half the woman your mother is, then you will be in a good place. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Lena. May the good Lord bless you. Happy birthday, Lena. Have a wonderful day and take our blessings to her, and may she grow and continue to succeed. Josh Willie says, good morning, have a blessed week. Bernardito says, good morning from Doha. Good morning to you. Ndu and Dennis Squared, have a nice day. And hizi salamu pelekea Ruto. Wapi tena? Tunasalimiana hapa. Mama J says, good morning. She says, let Gideon Moy be a reminder that we are only mad when we are not at the table eating. Okay. James Gavin says, good morning from Madagascar. Good morning to you too. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, Spice FM team. Isaac Ale says, breaking news. You've survived another night of unconsciousness. Welcome to Monday, where the coffee is never strong enough and your to-do list is already judging you. Mine is judging me proper. Atieno says, good morning. Tuned in this Monday. Karibu sana. Chuda Mombasa is where Dr. Venvik is this morning. And Jimmy Munuthi is tuned in and says, a good week to everybody. Stella S. Good morning, lovely Ndu Dennis and Aseto. Good morning, Stella. Good to have you here this morning. Joe Mongai is tuned in. Ndu and the Dennises. You guys should start a show and take it on the road. The Dennises. Mtuflani says, good morning, everybody. Another blessing to be grateful for. Indeed, it is. Now you people are greeting each other. Washoga Toto says, good morning, Princess Ndu and the boys. Well, there's a name for another band. The Princess and the Boys. Have an amazing week. I intend to. I hope you do. Charles Odor says, good morning. The best of the best show is here. Blessed week ahead. Asante Sana. Martino says, KBS has no number 13. Allah. No, so Matatus too don't have route 13. Interesting. Did you know that? David Mangera says, good morning. Mr. Henry says, good morning, Ndu and the Spice family. I have two questions. Is it true that everybody has a prize? Yes, I believe it. Will the Bold newspaper be going to praise and worship team for President Ruto? Let me tell you, today we're not even in Kenya. But I'll tell you about that in just a minute. All right? Amen and amen, brother, always. How are you this blessed Monday, says Bwangi Juma. Naomi Nyambura says, good morning. What does the number 13 stand for? Well, many would say that it's 10 plus 3, it's 20 minus 7. It's up to you. Rogers Lai says, Sabolher Nyote Kutoka Mombasani. At least one body recovered from the Tudor boat tragedy. That was horrible to see. More bodies are still being searched for. There are folks who are still missing. At this rate, it's obvious that, life has been lost. We pray that they can be recovered. Soldier Boy tuned in this morning. Finally, the rain has arrived for Gideon Moy, is it? Okay, it's interesting. Kenneth Jumba says, good morning, Ndu and Double Dennis. My prince says, Wambaje, from Vision 2030 to Vision 2055. What's going on? Are we going to finish the 2030 or is it going to be extended? They had just 3 years to go. Come on, guys, finish the 2030. Dan Stilangat says, good morning. From good morning, Chibabe, Okari and Aseto. Good morning. I start the week with the Kipkelian proverb. The goat is a good animal until it strays into your neighbor's garden. I'm telling you. King Dave, we see you. Stephen Dollar says good morning. Paul Ndeta, a very good morning, Spice. We'll have a good week for sure. Indeed, we will. Zachary Abuga is tuning in this morning. Shout out my love, Becky. Becky, your love, Zachary, is shouting out to you. Not shouting at you, shouting out to you. Good morning, Dennis and Dennis. And Ndu says Paul and Jay here, tuning from Vaughan in Ontario. Here we're about to start Thanksgiving Day. How? You guys, your Thanksgiving is in October in Canada. Interesting. Okay. David, we see you. Your daughter turns 20 today. Wow, happy birthday to you, Martha. Georgia Koth says, good morning to everybody. Let's have a beautiful week. Yes, let's purpose to have a beautiful week. Pan-African Kenyan, good morning. Asante Sana. Paul J here we say, isn't it ironic how dynasties are coming together around the chief hustler? Kenyan politicians are indeed a rare breed, like the Belgian Shepherd. Have you heard about the Belgian Shepherd? There's the German Shepherd. There's the Belgian Shepherd is a rare breed.
It's a crossbreed of what and what?
I'm not sure, but it's a beautiful dog. That's for sure. I don't know about this breed that he speaks of, but hey.
Color?
It's like golden brown.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful dog. It looks like half wolf, half...
Size of a goat?
Slightly bigger. Beautiful dog.
You love big dogs.
I do.
Nice.
I do. All right, shall we look into the papers? And let's look at the news that's making headlines this morning.
Can't wait.
I told you. You guys are here making noise. We left the country. We're in the region. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, release them. For nearly 2 weeks, the families of activists Bob Jagi and Nicholas Oyo have endured a tormenting silence after their abduction in Uganda. With both Kenyan and Ugandan governments offering little clarity, fears are mounting that the two Free Kenya movement leaders are being held incommunicado by Ugandan security forces. Their disappearance has sparked outrage among civil society groups who see it as part of a growing pattern of cross-border repression in East Africa. Let them go is what the headline is saying. We're looking at a quote from Rosalind Ochieng, who is Oyo's mother. It's very painful when you don't know where your child is. We really want to appeal to the government to help us bring the two home. I have not heard anything at all. There's nothing. We are in darkness. Professor Fred Ogola says it is impossible that the Kenyan government does not know where the two are. Their passports were stamped as they crossed the border, so there is no way they don't know. Kofi Atinda says the day we were to meet Bobby Wine was the day the two were taken. We had lunch and we were supposed to head and meet Bobby Wine within the same hour. As we were repairing our car, a van came with some men, some in uniform, some not, and one woman. Some were armed. So it was obvious that these two gentlemen were taken. Bring them back is what we're asking for. Looking into some other headlines on the Standard this morning, experts seek coordination in senior school transition. Please just tell me to breathe.
Breathe.
Okay, thanks.
Breathe in and out. Gently.
Well, let me just go to the headline. The other headline, because if I linger here longer, I'll get angry. Olentimama's children moved to court to block his biographer. They don't want somebody to write about their father. They are seeking to block him from publishing the story of their father. And they said no. How 180 shilling cobbler fee landed man in court, costing him freedom for 10 years. 180 bob. I didn't say 180 million. I didn't say 180 billion. I didn't even say 1,800 shillings. Neither did I. I said 180 shillings. Cost the man freedom for 10 years.
What did they do?
I'll tell you.
So that is 90 shillings times 2.
Yeah.
290 bobs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 445 bobs. Or I don't know. 1080. I don't know. On
shilingi moja moja.
Mpaka 180. Hata tukianza kuhesabu saa hii, in the next 2 minutes we'll be done. Not 180 million. But on the 18th of February 2018, Douglas Ndegwa asked Patrick Mushiri, a local cobbler from Menengai Crater in Nakuru, to mend his shoes and those of his 3 children. Ndegwa agreed to pay 180 shillings for the service. After Mushiri finished, they go to a local shopping center for him to get his payment. Along the way, however, Ndegwa diverted to a friend's house, and when he came out, he told Mushiri that he was not going to the center. When Mushiri asked for his payment, a confrontation ensued, and Ndegwa returned to his friend's house, emerged holding a knife, and threatened to stab Mushiri. He stabbed Mushiri several times in the stomach, rendering him unconscious, until the next day he found himself in hospital receiving treatment. Mushiri underwent a blood transfusion and surgery, and after 12 days he was discharged, but he remained weak and feeble, unable to eat or support himself. 3 days later, Mushiri narrated his ordeal to his brother, who reported the same to the Bahati police station. Ndegwa was arrested and charged with assault before the magistrate's court in Nakuru. He denied the charges. 2018, Mushiri told his story. He, however, became weaker, and on the 12th of February now, this is a year later, he succumbed to his injuries. Ndegwa's assault charge was upgraded to murder, which he also denied. Titus Ngulungu, a pathologist who carried out the autopsy, said that Mushiri was emaciated due to poor nutrition and was missing 75% of his intestines. The primary cause of death was injuries to the gut as a result of sharp trauma to the abdomen. He suffered multiple stab wounds to the stomach. The investigating officer testified that Mushiri identified Ndegwa as the assailant. When he was put to his defense, Ndegwa, who appeared before Justice Julius Nangea, confirmed that he engaged Mushiri to mend his shoes. He, however, claimed that they agreed that he would only pay 40 shillings. After getting change at the trading center, the deceased expressed doubt that I would pay him, and we started arguing. I decided to go to my friend's place, but Mushiri, who was drunk, held me and pulled me. He testified that he reacted by pushing Mushiri, causing him to fall. I later learned that he died. I did not stab him, and I suspect that he injured himself when I pushed him down using one of his sharp tools. Despite his defense, Judge Nangea found him guilty of murder, ruling that the prosecution proved beyond a doubt that he killed Mushiri and jailed him for 10 years. Shilling happy?
180.
Imagine. I just had to read that story even as we're going through the headlines because, my God, that's where we are. So he's going to be in jail for a while. Kin of activists missing in Uganda pile pressure on Ruto to secure their release. Come on, guys, we need to be able to do something about this. Where are they and what were they arrested for? How debt burden is denying the sick and children critical services. This is where the rubber meets the road here. When you talk about how much you have to pay in debt and things you're not able to do as a result of it, when children can't go to school or when people are in hospital sick, that's what we're talking about. Regarding to Uhuru, retire in peace and stay out of national politics. I thought he had apologized at some point, but I guess not. As in, just sit over in the corner. Don't talk again. Mystery of Maina at the center of Nakuru's prime property dispute. And right there in the middle of the Standard, Kenya's biggest conversation is on display for us to continue talking about. All right, some of the news-making headlines. Senators raise concern over the deplorable state of Malaba town. Malaba is a border town, Abi?
Yeah.
And the Senate had been in County Mashinani last week.
Yeah.
Busia is the county that they were in, and they're saying, this is terrible. A border town cannot be looking like this. Willis Otieno might tell you one thing or two that this is not their job in the first place. They shouldn't be out there, but okay. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, let's go to the Daily Nation now. From hustlers to dynasty. What are we talking about? President William Ruto changes tune. And this is what he said. I have had conversations with Raila Odinga. I have engaged my brother Uhuru Kenyatta. I have engaged many, including Gideon Moi recently. I will continue to engage all leaders so that we transform this country into a first world country in our lifetime, because it is what again? It is possible. Now, President William Ruto swept to power on a campaign anchored on attacking prominent political families. He blamed for the suffering of a majority of Kenyans, but in the quest for craft a winning re-election strategy, President Ruto is courting the backing of the so-called dynasties. Question is, has the hustler become a dynasty? School riots.
Was there ever a hustler in the first place? Anyway, sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself.
So I'm
very
I can sense the temperature rising. Increase the cold.
Things are getting worse, huh? All right.
I feel you, my sister.
I feel you. Yeah. So, school riots Spain, fury over hefty fees. Now, parents complain that unruly students have become a cash cow for schools that are imposing exorbitant fines on all learners to finance reconstruction after destruction of property during riots. They're also faulting the schools over the heavy financial burden imposed on them as school managers capitalize on strikes to make a killing with additional demands for payment of all fee arrears prior to readmission of the students. And a family of Kenyan murdered by a British soldier takes fight for justice to Britain. Now, when Esther Njoki landed at London's Heathrow Airport Sunday, she carried more than a suitcase. She carried her aunt's memory and the family's unrelenting demand for justice for killing of Agnes Wanjiru in Nanyuki in 2012. Now, you remember the drug business, right? Drug business, ile ilikuwa airport.
Oh, yeah.
That one. Now, courier farms are the new drug mules. Tax agents at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport were going about their unusual checks sometime in mid-June, trying to stop cheats using courier services to avoid paying Caesar's dues. When a slightly damaged package landed on their desk, owing to the damage, one could partially see what was inside, and the contents were suspicious. So all these courier services wamekuwa mapedi. That's what they would say on the streets. Mapedi.
Ma what?
Pedi. Peddlers.
Oh Lord. Like if you say petty, you can say peddler.
Pedi.
If you say petty, I think it's in the pedicure.
You look at street.
Pedicure.
You look at street.
Drugs and pedicure.
Yeah. So senators push for double punishment in anti-SGBV bill. And fear and loss grip Dunga as fish deaths sink livelihoods. That was sad to see how fish were dying in the fish cages in the lake. So yeah, Okari, uko na nini?
Well, let's look at the Star. A couple of stories here, but let's start with the headline. Foreign jobs lie as rogue recruitment agencies mint cash. For many young people, dream of job abroad ends in blood and silence. That's a story in page 4 and page 5 there, but there's a picture of AIC Kenya presiding Bishop Reverend Abraham Mulwa and President William Ruto, who arrived for the church's Ziwani 70th anniversary at Starehe Boys Center and school grounds yesterday in Nairobi. And Ruto said, ignore planless opposition, says Ruto, reveals talks with Uhuru and Raila. Haijaisha hapo. So, we go to this story. So, the president has said he has consulted Uhuru, Raila, and the Gidi to chart united path.
Oh, Lord.
So President William Ruto has urged now Kenyans to ignore the opposition, accusing them of spreading negativity about the country's future. And during that service, the president said opposition leaders have no plan or vision for Kenya, but remain overly critical of his administration's programs and policies. And I quote, "Some people do not have a plan, they do not have a vision, they lack an agenda, yet they want to tell us how the country is headed the wrong way." Describing Kenya as a blessed and great nation, the president asked citizens to rise above political pessimism and focus on building the country's future. And Ruto also revealed he has been holding behind-the-scenes consultations with key political leaders, including his predecessor Uhuru Kenyatta, ODM leader Raila Odinga, and KANU chairman Gideon Moi to chart a united path for the country. And I quote, "I am going to engage all leaders because this is a project, a program, and a vision that requires each one of us." Ruto disclosed that he has engaged more than 80% of MPs on the country's long-term development agenda. The head of state said his administration has a clear roadmap to transform Kenya from a developing to a first world nation like Singapore within the next 30 years.
I just want to know. Okay, sorry.
You're boiling. Go ahead.
I don't understand. I want somebody to. I finally know how to use this phrase now.
Yes.
Chanua me.
Ndio unataka kuchanuliwa.
Bas.
Good.
How one person joining your movement or whatever it is is going to take Kenya from a third world country to a first world country. Kuja unisaidie tujenge inji ndio ikwe. I really want to understand that. Because that's what he said. Or is it one of those things where he was speaking to the crowd and then got, euphoric about it? Or did he actually mean that then having Gideon Moi joining his BBG is essentially going to take Kenya from third world to first world? I really genuinely want to understand.
I'll give you a hint.
Okay, here we go.
So I listened to his 45-minute talk at Kabarak. I really listened because I wanted to just
get what
with
was
a very
saying,
neutral mind, just listen. Maybe there's something he's saying here. And at the end, because he's talking about this is a project, number one. It's a program, number two, and a vision, which then requires all of us to work together, correct?
All right.
But then he ended up saying, look, there's a road he mentioned that needed to be constructed around the area, and he said he's going to ensure that it's going to be done, and people are celebrating. Then he talked about a stadium that will start as soon as possible, and by August next year, it will be done.
Where?
There.
Okay.
Where he was.
Okay.
What else did he say? Oh, the people started shouting, "Oh, Maji." And he said, "Oh, the water issue. Oh, we're going to ensure that this and this and this and that is fixed." So it's up to wonder. So that's the promise to the people he was addressing at that point there. And I'm thinking, I want to really hear, like you're saying. So let's take a step back and understand. And I think we need to educate ourselves. How did Singapore rise to where it is today? What is it that they did that then we are supposed to copy?
This is what I'm talking about.
Did they, for example, go get every other political leader to join the broad-based? In this example, he actually said it. He said that Gideon is joining the broad-based government. They're going to work together.
Yeah.
How, you're saying, how...
Everybody gives an example of Singapore. And because it sounds nice, top layer stuff. There's the cake and then there's the icing on the top of the cake. And everybody talks about Lee Kuan Yew and everything that they did. Do you know the brutality that ensued in order to get Singapore where it is today? That there was a no-nonsense approach to impunity. There was a no-nonsense approach to corruption. You cannot litter on the streets of Singapore. This is how the nitty-gritty it got, that people were flogged for throwing a piece of trash. Flogged. And I'm not saying flogged literally. I mean flogged with a flogger.
Flogger.
That is the punishment. That is how That is how detailed it got. Because they said, we want to get from here to here. There are certain things you must do. You cannot flirt with the idea of, we want to get towards economic development and we want to make sure that administratively, you can't flirt with the idea. Bring the damn thing home. You cannot say, let's just think about maybe we want to. No. You do it or you do it. That's how they did it. Go and actually read about the things that they did.
You know what?
You want to use it as an example? Look at what they really did.
I'm going to tell you how they did it. It's very simple. The first time I landed into Singapore, I'll tell you how it hits you before you even get into the country itself. So we are airborne. And before we land, we were given sheets of paper to tick some boxes and to sign. And two things struck me. And I called one of the air hostesses, what does this exactly mean? Because I love chewing gum. Then I was told, if you're found chewing gum or you're throwing chewing gum, you will be arrested. Number two, if you are found with drugs, it doesn't matter quantity. Even those are things that were found at JKIA. Even if it's just a one pellet, whatever it is, do you know what they do to you? You are hanged. They make it very, very clear. Before you land into Singapore, they tell you these two things. Because a lot of people chew gum, you throw, you litter the place the way you want. This thing, it's a criminal offense. So you don't joke about it. Now, when you talk about Singapore, it had no natural resources, high unemployment rates, deep ethnic tensions, a hostile neighborhood, poor housing and infrastructure. Fine, that's how they started. But now, how did it get to where it is? Like you're saying, it's about visionary leadership and governance. So here's the thing. They have zero tolerance for corruption. It is zero.
Yep.
Remember I told you, you are found with chewing gum and littering. You are arrested. It's not a joke. Now, they have zero tolerance to corruption. Now, they have long-term planning. Their success is guided by multi-decade plans, not election cycles. They're not focused on election cycles. These are layers and layers of plans that through the years they've been following. So what worked 15, 20 years ago, we are building on it. We're not changing names or changing things. No, that's not. It's about efficiency, creating an efficiency, a culture of efficiency, and not just changing policies. That's what they've done. Number two, they realized they could not rely on natural resources, so they turned to human capital as its main resource. So what they decided, they realized, you know what, if you're going to borrow loans, this thing is not going to work for us. Let's utilize our human capital. They ensured there's political stability. Then reliable infrastructure. They focused on infrastructure, building their own. And then what did they do to the citizens? They lowered taxes. They got very skilled English-speaking workers to work in very key spaces to actually invite foreign investments. Because you're bringing in someone from the United States, they're speaking in English. So get the best, you students who speak good English. Put them in those key positions. That created jobs. Technology transfer happened. And export growth started happening. The core pillars of Singapore's early industrial boom. It was very, very simple. Hata tusiongea mambo ya education. They emphasized on math, science, and engineering. English was used as a working language. Technical and vocational institutes were linked directly to industry needs. Watch this. It's not just creating a syllabus. They were directly linked to... I'm seeing you're already depressed. Let me stop there.
No, I think it's important that you have that discussion, because then again, you look at the way the country also was adapting to the changing economy, and they would switch the economy to suit the existing situation at the moment, you know? So things have gotten worse. What do we do so that our people can afford it? Lower taxes and make it easier for them. We keep on talking about the way Singapore built its affordable housing and everything. But remember, by the time Lee Kuan Yew was coming up with this, when the people bought the idea, they gave out their money themselves to have this built. Here in Kenya, what are we doing? It is a policy, whether you like it or not, we must do it.
Listen, this thing of affordable housing in Singapore, It's good to be educated around these things. So in 1968, the government passed a law allowing people to use their, what they call the Central Provident Fund. This is their mandatory savings account for retirement. They did that to buy homes. Okay? So this meant that workers could use their own savings as a down payment for a flat or for an apartment. The government didn't have to give away the homes for free. Ownership created pride and stability because you owned the house, from your
savings,
CPF savings. Then they used mass construction techniques, prefabrications, modular designs, and vertical planning. You remember, they're thinking vertical because there is no end if you're going up. So the idea here is, with the engineering and the math and everything that was starting through the education system, connecting the vocational training, everything to the needs, they were using those skills then to come and build these houses. And what they ended up doing, each new town was a self-contained mini city. And this mini city contained several things. It contained a school, shops and markets. It contained parks, public transport, buses and MRT access, and community centers. It was not just housing. It was an urban planning at a national scale. And this took years in planning. And people bought into it. And people said, you know what? The way you're saving your money in your bank or in your circle, same way Aseto you're doing it. The government was coming in and saying, look, we're going to give you an opportunity from your own.
From your own,
Yes. So this is not where you deducted money from your salary to build a house that you
come back to buy.
They now take 20% and give.
No. And that the government will decide who to give at some point. So if you want to give athletes who've won some championship, it's the president's prerogative to do that. No, that's not how this thing worked. So let's have serious conversations around this. So how do we move from where we are?
And if you want to have serious conversations about it, have serious, but look into the very depth of what these folks actually did to get themselves to the point whereby we use them every minute as an example. There's some stuff that they did that they cut out the cancer that was taking them back, that whatever was retrogressive in nature, they cut it out. So you want to use yourself as an example? Use yourself as an example also in terms of cutting out the things that they did. It's not just bright and shiny on the top, and then when you cut the cake, it's full of rot. It isn't. So what did they really do? And what are you prepared to do before you can start to compare yourselves to Singapore? Everybody shouts, Singapore this, Singapore that, everybody Singapore. Okay, what did they do? Are you ready to do it? If not,
what are you doing to get to Singapore status? Are you cutting down the graft, the corruption in the country? No, you're not. How exactly are you planning to get to Singapore if Singapore, the first thing they did is deal with the corruption?
Guys, we won't just be critical for the sake of it.
No.
From your early question, you asked, how does this get us to Singapore level when you're bringing in different people and saying our unity now is going to... It answers your question. It has nothing to do...
It has nothing to do with the development of the country.
It has nothing to do with it. No,
it has nothing to do with that. And like you said, you see what they did. Even China. Would you believe that today China is in its final stages of their 5-year plans over 60 years? It's not finished. And if you were to go to China today, those mini cities that you talk about, they're entire cities that have been built and people don't live in them. They are functioning cities. They operate. And they have not finished their plan. And so now here you are and you want to imagine that because people have come together or whatever it is that they've done, then suddenly you're going to transform a nation into first world operation based on backward thinking. Let me not start. Because
you're talking about a country that started thinking about global warming, and the temperatures in Singapore can go sky high. And so there was a point when I was walking around the city and I was wondering, where are people? Where are human beings? People underground. There is life underground. There are malls underground. There are shops underground. You cross the road. The roads have ACs. You guys are hearing what I'm saying?
I hear what you're saying.
The road is air conditioned.
The road is air conditioned. Bus stops are air conditioned. Underground is air conditioned. There is human life going on down there. I saw things I've never seen in my life. And these people have gone to these countries. They've gone to Dubai because we benchmark with these countries. Then you come back because a lot of people then take time to read through these things, like you're saying. Educating yourself. Get to learn, okay, so where is Singapore? What did they do to get to where they're going? Let's have serious conversations around this. It's good to benchmark and to look up to a country like Singapore. It's good. But let's go beyond talk.
You know, we're talking about getting to where Singapore is, but it is also said that Singapore took Kenya's blueprint to be where it is today.
I'm telling you, you talk to any of these foreign investors who come, get a chance, they'll tell you we've got some of the best policies.
Yeah.
One of the best constitutions we have in the world. We have brains. We have smart people in this country. But
implementation zero.
No, for me, I think it's actually quite sad. You know what? We need to pray.
No.
Because if you think that you're going to put a cabal of people together and then wave a magic wand and then suddenly you become first world, we need to pray. Because this one needs divine intervention.
I think we need to flog.
This one, I'm sorry. And to hear those words come out of mouths repeatedly, boss, we have bigger problems than you would imagine. And at this point, it's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lel Ubaga. More than 20 families living in Kiumbi sub-district at the River, Machakos County, have been forced to stay outside overnight after a massive fire gutted their homes. Confirming the incident, Machakos County Disaster Management Unit Chief Dixon Matolo said there were no casualties in the incident, even as the cause of fire is yet to be ascertained. However, he assured residents that strategies will be put in place to ensure fire engines reach disaster areas on time. Health Cabinet Secretary Aidan Duale has pledged to make maternal health a national agenda, calling for a comprehensive life course approach that addresses women health issues well before, during and after pregnancy. Speaking during the launch of Rumuruti Mission Hospital in Laikipia County on Sunday, Duale said the strategy will be achieved through the active participation of women leaders in developing a framework that provides actionable recommendations for preventive and promotive services that enhance women's health and well-being. The launch marked the culmination of a week-long medical outreach by the Presbyterian Church by East Africa, which provided health services to more than 2,000 community members. Former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has now vowed to start naming and shaming Mount Kenya leaders, accusing them of allegedly betraying the local community. Speaking in Kirinyaga County, Gachagua claims the government is plotting to divide the area through some leaders, a plot he says he'll stop.
So our women leaders, those of you who are betraying our community, will deal with you as traitors. And there is no distinction between men and women. A traitor is a traitor. And Ruto does not mean well for us. So if he is using you because you are a woman leader and you think we shall spare you, we will not. Because there is immense danger for our community. Sisi tunaheshimu viongozi wote na tunaheshimu sana viongozi wa kina mama. And we have great women leaders. Martha Karua, a distinguished woman leader. Jane Kihara is here. Kasheri is here. But these are good women leaders who are doing the right thing for the country.
On her part, People's Liberation Party leader Martha Karua has raised the demand for refugees from neighboring countries to be given identity cards, a statement that has been echoed by Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka.
We also want to know exactly what is happening. I have seen a video, a lady from Mandera complaining that ID cards are being issued left, right and center to our neighbors from Ethiopia and from Somalia.
We have nothing against United Nations Convention in support of refugees. But refugees should remain refugees. They should not become Kenyans. So tutaweka macho na askofu mutuombee sana. Hata kama wakiregister every refugee, they will still be one term.
A Chinese national based in Kenya is under investigations by the banking fraud unit of the DCI for allegedly defrauding Wihaya Construction Limited, a foreign construction firm operating in the country, of over 170 million Kenya shillings. The suspect, Zhensheng Liu, together with his accomplices, is accused of forging documents to open a new bank account with a local financial institution through which he allegedly diverted multi-million shilling tender funds. The suspect allegedly continued to siphon money from the company's accounts and detected until an internal audit uncovered the anomaly. The report revealed that funds intended for the company had been diverted to a separate account at a local bank without the knowledge or authorization of the company's directors. And in the international scene, Mali has announced that it will impose identical visa bond requirements on American nationals following Washington's decision to demand Malian travelers pay deposits of up to $10,000, approximately 1.3 million shillings, before obtaining U.S. visas. The move comes after the U.S. introduced a new visa requirement set to take effect on October 23rd. Under the policy, Malian citizens applying for business or tourist visas must pay a refundable deposit of either 643,600 Kenya shillings or 1.3 million Kenya shillings before being granted entry into the United States. The Visa Bond Initiative is part of President Donald Trump's broader immigration and trade stance aimed at countries with high visa overstay rates. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis.
Yeah.
Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. At 8 minutes after 7 o'clock, this is the Situation Room. It's Kenya's biggest conversation on this 13th day of October 2025. And we're getting into a conversation. Dennis, Aseto, Okoh, and Dennis Okari with you this morning. And as we do, well, Friday was Mazingira Day, where people planted trees. And Kenyans turned up and they planted trees in number. What we are being told about the number of trees that were planted or not, maybe Kenya doesn't have enough space to put all of that together. But beyond the tree planting, there were other things that happened then going into the weekend, and it would appear as though there were alliances then that were agreed upon, and it's going to take Kenya to the next level. To help us out in that conversation this morning in terms of whether these previously perceived realignments are now re-perceived and where it might take Kenya is advocate of the High Court and deputy party leader of the Safina Party, Willis Otieno. Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Are you feeling that there is a brand new Kenya on the horizon? Just say yes or no before I ask you then. Okay.
Not with the legacy politicians.
Not there.
But with the people of Kenya.
Okay. Dennis Aseto wants to tell you something.
And the proverb today just lies on the same direction. But today we are in Liberia, now a country of many fasts. Now it is the first African country to have been independent. That is in 26th of July 1847, as well as the first country to ever have the first female president, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, in 2005. Let's go to the proverb. No matter how long the dry season lasts, the rain will come again.
However tough things may be, tomorrow will promise a better day. So I interpret to mean that even when you are going through tough times, just rest assured that there is a better tomorrow that will come. So even Kenyans today, despite these failures of the legacy politicians, this is not our fate. Tomorrow will be better.
Okay. Tomorrow will be better?
Tomorrow will be better.
Okay. I think of a song that Michael Jackson sang. Tomorrow will be a better you, a better me. It's interesting how that music just comes back and reverberates today. But even as we talk about that, the moves that are being made, the things that are being said, the political realignments that are happening, Willis, you got to agree with me that in the minds of those who say these things or form these alliances, that there is an inherent belief that it is actually for the betterment of the nation. Is it?
Let me put it this way. You should actually ask yourself, how have we been reduced to discuss legacy politicians as if they are the future? At what point did they capture the spirit of the Kenyan people that was leading a revolution last year? When the young people came out to demonstrate, it was on an issue. They defined the issue to be the economy, and they were united across the divide. There was no space for legacy politicians in that conversation. In fact, they were boldly saying, keep off, leave this one to us. This is our fight now. But now all of a sudden you'll think that it is a legacy politician-driven process towards the new Kenya, the future. It's not. These guys were all cancelled. So what I see in them is just a group that is threatened. And they want to maintain their positions in power. So they are regrouping. They decide to mutate into one side is 2-term, one side is 1-term. But they're all the same. Because last year when, for example, when the issue was the economy, it was very clear, a very clear divide that this is an issue that we are agitating over and it unites all Kenyans. If you don't want it, you take one side. If you want to improve our economy, take the side of the people. But today we are told these are the two formations of united opposition, CG government side, Kenya 2-term. But underlying these formations, what is there? If not personalities. That is why Gideon, for example, will casually walk from the opposition into government, and they continue. Gachagua will be removed from government and walk into the opposition, and they continue. It's not about the Kenyan people. It's not about an issue. It's about these legacy politicians, and we must reject this kind of politics.
You're saying that it's about people and their selfish motive.
Yeah, it's purely selfish motives. There's nothing. What has changed, for example, since the times when William Ruto was bad, overnight, what has changed? The quality of life has continued to deteriorate. It's more painful to live in this country than it was last year. You are spending more in terms of your disposable income. You are spending more to live than earning. Your earning has shrunk, it has not increased. You are spending more on healthcare than you are spending last year. So what has improved? And there's no promise that tomorrow is going to be any better based on their policies. Tomorrow is just even a promise of more pain. So the only thing that may have improved is now individuals, certain individuals, their per capita, their income, their own selfish earnings. So maybe they've increased in terms of how much money they're going to make out of government. That's the motivation. But that is to the individual, not to the Kenyan people.
So Willis, I hear you say this all is to retain power, not really to serve people, because if we go back to the campaign period, there was a clear divide, hustlers versus dynasties. And if you look at the formation right now, especially what President Ruto has done, look at Raila Odinga broad-based government. Uhuru Kenyatta, he says, I met with Uhuru Kenyatta, we had this discussion, and we even saw them bromance along State House. You look at Gideon Moi now joining Kenya Kwanza, UDA. Is it for them to just retain power as legacy politicians as they have been and not interested in serving the people?
If they were interested in serving the people, look at the sum total of these legacy politicians' time in government or in public space. What's the sum total of it? A failed economy. Between William Ruto, Uhuru Kenyatta, Raila Odinga, Gideon Moi, Kalonzo Musyoka, Rigathi Gachagua, Moses Wetangula, Mudavadi, add all of them. Between them, they have not less than 200 years experience in government. Cumulatively, all the years, if you add each of them, the number of years they've spent in government, not less than 200 years. And the sum total of it today is a healthcare system that has collapsed, an education system that has collapsed. You have a high cost of living. Kenyans are not able to participate in this economy, majority of them. That's the sum total of their work. So if in 200 years they have not been able to serve the Kenyan people, now you think in the next 5 years they will serve you. What they could do in 200 with their 200 years of experience.
Well, it's not even in the next 5 years. Because if you listen to what the president said on Saturday and what he said yesterday, and I want us to just flesh this out. He talked about the country, the unity now, that Raila is in the broad-based government and now Gideon Moi is also joining. He said that he's engaging all leaders because three things. He said this is a project, number one. And number two, he said this is a program. And number three, he said this is a vision that requires each one of us. And just to extend this, he said his administration has a clear roadmap to transform Kenya from a developing to a first world nation, and the reference, of course, is Singapore and South Korea, within the next 30 years. So this is not a 2-year or 3-year plan. He said there's a plan and a roadmap, a clear one, to move this country to a first world nation within the next 30 years, emphasizing that the country has already made significant strides over the past 3 years. And listening to him on Saturday, he made reference to, the founding father, all the way to former late President Daniel Moi, talking about healthcare, education, and so many other things, and improving on it. So it looks like there's a 30-year-old plan.
So they have a 30-year-old plan for them to economically empower themselves. That's a 30-year-old plan. The Kenyan people are not in that plan. Because if they were, the policies that they're coming up with, you'll be seeing the impact. The manner in which they are governing, you'll be seeing a difference. But if the same person is superintending over an administration that pays a mud thatched house in Mandera 20 million Kenya shillings in shift share, yet Mandera Provincial Hospital, Sub-County Hospital, is getting a pitiable sum. And yet that same Mandera Sub-County Hospital is the one that's responsible to attend to many other Kenyans, to more Kenyans than that funny thing they were paying that much money. So the design of the governance structure that they have itself is telling you they are not on any 30-year plan to make Kenya great. They're on a 30-year plan to make themselves individually great. These are all just philanderers. They are purveying, they are stealing from the Kenyan people, and they have no iota of intent to improve the lives of the Kenyan people. And I do believe where I sit as Safina Party, that we even waste a lot of time discussing them. At what point did we lose it? In fact, I've been struggling with this over the weekend. At what point did we lose it that last year, the conversation was about the economy, and there was no politician showing us a face as the leader? But then all of a sudden, it seems that the politicians are trying to force Kenyans into a discussion about them. So look at it. The United Opposition comes up with 1 term. Ruto responds by saying 2 term. Right? So now the conversation is reduced to 1 term or 2 term. Correct. But the issue about Mwananchi is lost. Number 2, they say we're United Opposition. He goes to get Raila Odinga. He goes to get Gideon Moi. Now, we are also uniting Kenyans. So what is unity? Were we divided? If anything, before this United Opposition, before this United Ruto thing, we were united already on the economy as the issue. So what they've done is they've divided us by creating artificial differences. That you are 1 term, you are 2 term. You are United Opposition, whereas we are united government. What happened to your issue? It's diluted, it's lost.
Does it make sense that here we are? I mean, just look at some of the things that you mentioned, and these are not things that we're not pulling things out of the sky, right? These are realities. So, I mean, one of the things that I'm really, really, really passionate about is ensuring that the children of any society are educated, at the very least. You know, if you got a warm meal in your belly, and then you can actually go to school at whatever curriculum you want to use, that you should then be able to get the foundations of that. So if you want to even use the education sector as an example of how things are falling apart around, let's not even talk about the schools that are ramshackles, where children are sitting under the sun, or maybe in a shack somewhere, or that in this Nairobi, where you have some of the highest levels of urban poverty, and that there are 100 students crammed into a classroom, and the teacher is standing at the window to teach. This is reality. This is not making things up to sound sensational. These things are happening in this country every day. If we look at that sector and say, you know, at the very least, if we spent time and resources and expertise fixing this thing, it would take us somewhere. How do we shift that to the realities of the day? Because these are the realities, Willis. Dennis gave an example of Singapore, whereby the education system is matched to the job industry. So you're training your people. You are teaching your children from the time that they're growing up, and you're matching them to the industry needs for the future. I know it sounds like space, but it's a reality. Again, they're human beings with one head and a brain like the rest of us. So when we look at these things and how they are operating, should our attention be on how you want to bring, I mean, how many people are these? Max 100 people that are coming together and forming some kind of government, when you have millions of children, for example, who are going to school and being taught at levels that are shameful at best.
You know, Ndu, in your design, you're focusing on the people of Kenya.
As we should, no?
No, that's in your design. In their design. In their design, they don't care about it. It's about how do we manipulate these Kenyans for our own individual benefit. That is why their focus is on the 100. Your design, the focus is on the millions. Because you think that they're there for the benefit of the people of Kenya. No, it is not. And the Kenyan people need to understand this. These legacy politicians are not there for your benefit. Everything they do is for their own selfish interest. You are not part of it. When they come to interface with you, it is purely to hoodwink you, to lie to you, to manipulate you, to achieve their selfish individual interests. Otherwise, we will not be discussing today that who is going to be the next president. or which formation is going to the campaigns. No. We should be discussing what issue. We should be discussing that Willis and Safina, they represent this in terms of the economy. This is their promise in terms of education. This is their promise in terms of security. Then you say that formation of Kenya Kwanza, this is their design in terms of education. This is their proposal in terms of security. So we'll be discussing the basic issue, the issues that each team is representing. But today we are discussing personalities. It's them. It's not your issue. Where do you see yourself in the individual personalities? What does William Ruto represent to the Kenyan people? Yeah, what is the connection between him and the Kenyan people today in terms of issue? Somebody you can casually, in day one, when he goes to campaign, he says Asla versus dynasty. Now, it is dynasties led by himself versus Aslas. So it's about manipulating you. And we have to reject this kind of legacy politics. Let's focus on Kenyan issues. And that is why Safina Party, where I am the deputy party, they were very clear. We'll never join any coalition if it has not defined why you are coalescing. Why are you uniting? What is your promise? What is your commitment with the people?
But really, it looks like you in this country can't really say never because, and somebody has asked a question here. It seems like everybody has a price.
I don't believe everybody has a price. It simply believes that we are putting too much premium on charlatans, people who don't have any value system. They're the ones who are propped up, and you think that they represent the mass. They don't. Kenyan people need to be more critical in terms of identifying the quality of leaders that they want. And they should not identify it based on the individual, based on the promise. What is the commitment? What is it that you are representing? So that you don't go to vote for Willis. Vote for the issue that Willis represents. But if you just vote for Willis, what is your interest in that vote? Nothing. So Willis can simply walk in and sell that vote. Compromise. That's when we say everyone has a prize. Because when you voted him, what is it that was the commitment that you pegged him on? You bounded him on? Nothing.
You see, Willis, a lot has been mentioned about Singapore. We've earlier looked at what Singapore did, fought corruption, tailor-made education to fit what it is they need. You look at infrastructure. But you look at the promise that was given to Kenyans during the campaign period vis-a-vis what is happening right now, and nothing really is happening. And as we approach 2027 now, we have all these formations that are coming into place. Kenyans have the agenda and what it is they want. Question is now, Willis, how can we all jump on this conversation and Kenyans make it their own, not designed or decided by the legacy politicians?
In fact, what we should start by saying is that we should first demand of every political formation, anybody that wants to assume leadership, to come up with their promise. And the Kenyan people should stop listening to sloganeering. You must test if whatever you are being promised is tangible. And what is it pegged on? You know, Hustler and Dynasty, that was a con game. And you could see it from the beginning. Because somebody tells you, nitatenga, nitapeana. Who are you to tenga? Nitapeana mamboga 10 billion. From where? Yeah, we must also be a bit critical. When somebody says, I'll give you 10 billion, you should ask him from where? Yeah. So when you have another money tree somewhere that produces tree in your house every evening and then you bring it to the people. It is the people's money. Ask these politicals, when you assume office, what will you do? And how do we hold you accountable to your promise? Like as Safina, we are very clear. We are saying we will not pay Odia's debt. And the consequence of it, we are saying education will be free from primary, secondary, to tertiary. The money used to pay for the Odia's illegal debts applied to education. Number 3, we are saying don't pay for healthcare. The money that was being spent on paying illegal debt, fund it, put it in the healthcare system. And if it is costed at 170 billion, We are spending 2.2 trillion in debt finance this year. Get that 170 billion from that money you're going to spend on debt, put it in healthcare. Education, primary to tertiary, costed is less than 300 billion. Remove that 300 billion from the legal debts, put it in there. And in terms of commitment, this is how the Kenyan people should be asking. What will you say, for example, Safinda? Who goes to school? It's not government. No. It's the people. So take your kid to school and don't pay school fees. Because that is the commitment. Let it be the problem of the administration. You had told us you will not charge school fees. Yeah. So I'll take my kid to school. Who gets sick? It's the people, not government. Go to hospital and demand for the services. Don't pay a single coin. In fact, what you should be doing is demanding for the service not just to be there, that it must be quality. Not that because it is free, that now the quality is bad.
So essentially what you're doing, Willis, is that you're asking Kenyans to be, number one, aware of the circumstances in which they currently find themselves, and then also to be aware of their rights under, whether it's the Constitution or under the promises that were made by an administration. If we take a step out of Kenya for a moment and look at what's going on in different parts of this continent, it's very interesting because folks are talking about the winds of change blowing north. Malawi, we saw that the former president was essentially removed from office by they brought in a man who had been president previously and said, you know, he's 85 years old, but we're going to give him another chance to be able to do this. And he said, okay, I will go and I will leave. We saw the same happen in Botswana. We then have now seen, as of yesterday, the people of Madagascar said enough is enough. We are dealing with issues that we can't handle and we're not going to take this anymore. The president and his administration asked the military to step in and essentially silence protesters. The military said no and sat on the seat essentially and said, we're not going to allow this to happen, causing the president to evacuate State House, and the military now, for now, is running things. This is the mind of people on the continent, that they are saying no to leadership by wanton abandon. Are these winds blowing north?
Take it this way. We must take cognizance of the times we live in. And it only takes a fool to not recognize that times have changed. And the period we are in is a period of social awareness, reawakening, so to speak, of the psyche of the human, that people are now putting their governments to account. The template of past, where even in terms of global issues, the focus was not on the people. This era, it's about the people. It's about, is my government making sense to me? That is where we are in. It's like where we were in 1990s, where the wind of change was blowing towards opening up for multi-party democracy. This particular period, it's about governments accounting to their people. And if you look at all those counties you mentioned, it's all about the economy. Yeah, people are simply saying now, the cost of living is high, we are not able to access water, healthcare services, they are going to the streets. Life is unbearable. It's only on the question, the economic question, not political rights. In 92, it was about political rights. Open up the democratic space. Today, it's about, in my own household, am I feeling, am I getting quality services or living a quality life? Or is my government hindering my ability to enjoy an economic life worth living? So it's happening. The Gen Zs in Kenya started it, or was just the spark. It has been picked successfully in different jurisdictions. It has worked. So it will only take a fool to think that it will not succeed in Kenya. It will succeed in Kenya. On or before the next elections. Yeah. And legacy politicians are aware of this. That is why when you see them caucusing together, coalescing, they understand that their position is under threat. Those who they've been using as their subjects have now raised a new issue. So they must galvanize to protect their individual interests.
And it has worked for them in the past.
It has not.
And it's yes, it has, Willis. Look, it's not. We've had coalitions. We can call them whatever it is we want. Coalitions, alliances, all these groupings. Like you earlier stated. So you had the former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua in government. Now he's in opposition. So you have united opposition. Now we are looking at a united government where the president is saying, "Look, I want to reaffirm that my administration is committed to transform the economy, and this is how we're going to do it. We're bringing in Gideon Moi. We are already talking to, we're already with Raila Odinga. I'm also, and he admitted and saying that he has consulted the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. So looks like there are consultations happening behind the scenes, and these people that you're calling the legacy politicians are regrouping. And this has happened in the past. On this other side, you have the united opposition saying, look, we have a plan. And the plan is, one, we need to get and it's like a divine appointment. We need to get this man out of power one term. Then you have on the side, Matiang'i, for example, who over the weekend said that he can never join Ruto and is charting his own path. And I'm just remembering, there's a quote, if you've watched House of Cards by President Frank Underwood. I watch House of Cards and I see Kenya in so many ways. There's something he says, that for those of us climbing to the top of the food chain, there can be no mercy. There is but one rule, hunt or be hunted. So, in this case, who is the hunter and who is being hunted?
Dennis, understand it this way. That list of legacy politicians you've mentioned, there's no difference.
I agree with this.
There's no difference. They're all the same. I don't even know why.
It has worked. No.
That has been what they've been used to. Even Rajoil in Madagascar, it has worked for him before in the past. But today, it's out. In Botswana, Botswana People's Party, it has worked for them in the past. When the time came, Okoh and the opposition won. So what has worked for them is what they know. They're trying to maintain. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to maintain. So leave that past alone. Focus on the future. Where we are. They are coalescing and attempting to define the future. What they're missing is this. Previously, people will be caucusing around tribe. And a Kigogo, Mtuetu, you're a big man from your tribe to represent you. These guys used to incite tribal wars against fellow Kenyans. We must call it for what it has been. We've been on tribal wars here for the last almost 60 years. Fueled by legacy politicians, using as a tool to divide Kenyans. But last year, we witnessed a change where Kenyans united in one accord said, we are agitating on an issue that unites all of us. Even those legacy politicians are affected by it. Only that they are selfish. And it was the economy. So now, this is the plan that they're trying to do. One group classes itself as united government. The other group classes itself as united opposition. Underlying all of this is there's no commitment to the Kenyan people. You just hear platitudes and empty speeches about the economy. Nothing tangible. You're being sold a nirvana that Kenya will be like Singapore. How? Where? How? Okay, we agree we want to be like Singapore, but how? We were there before. Singapore even followed us. So you're told this Singapore as a futuristic thing. It's okay, we'll be like Singapore, but today, what's the tangible economic? Let's have a tangible economic conversation. They're not telling you anything. They now resort to sloganeering. 1 term, 2 term. And don't be surprised if you'll still see again more and more of these changes. We've said here before. Look at the last election. Raila Odinga was running for president. Ruto was running for president. Raila's running mate was Martha. Previously, Karua had been his running mate. Kalonzo had been his running mate. Ruto's running mate was Gachagua. Today, the presidents are on one side, the running mates on the other side. Uhuru Kenyatta had been a president. Ruto is selling us their consulting. Matiang'i was his chief was de facto chief prime cabinet. Now he's on this side. So you're telling me that if you are focusing on these two camps, and there'll be any future, these are people who have been the same. They can simply crisscross, change jerseys, remove yellow and wear orange, and swap.
So there's no allegiance to Kenya.
Into these legacy politicians, there's no allegiance. It's about them. And it's so much easier for them to caucus and find a solution. I mean, their solution. And their solution is, how do we ensure perpetuity? How do we continue?
And so for the Kenyan today who's asking the question, that, as we say these things more and more, that it is now becoming a reality, on whatever lines, that, there are people who are politicians who, they may say it, but how they really feel about the country it can be evident. Nobody needs to say it for them to believe it or not. So there's many a Kenyan who is wondering, okay, so then what do we do? Is it enough for me to go register as a voter and then cast my vote come the next election? What must I do today? Because, Willis, there are folks who have grown up in this cycle. You see these people that you've talked about that have been on the scene for the last 30, 40 years? That's all they've known. There's somebody who is 40 years old today, who these faces are the only ones that they've seen, and that the horizon doesn't look any clearer. So there are folks who are in their prime of life right now who are thinking, okay, so if we're going to make a change for our children who are coming behind us and for any kind of hope in the future, we can complain, or we can do a little bit of what you said, Willis, where open your eyes and see who these folks really are. But then beyond that, what do you do? Is a vote enough?
In fact, yeah, partly enough. But the first thing that we must do, and I urge our people, the first thing is to reject legacy politics. Start by rejecting it. Once you reject them and make them relevant in your life, you will now remove that curtain that is blocking your view. Then you focus on, what do I want for myself? What do I want for this country? As you start looking at political groupings based on their promises and if they're tangible. Understand that politics or even governance is not about them, it's about you. Start asking yourself, if I want to hire someone to work for me, what are the issues I look out for? Not what they are telling me, it is what I want to see in the person who I want to hire to do something for. Because you're hiring your leadership. You are going to donate your sovereignty to these people. You are going to donate your resources to them. How do you want them to manage it? What do you want it to be applied towards? That's what government is about.
You see, yes. Yeah. Willis, you've talked about a lot about legacy politicians and how Kenyans should get rid of them. But now let's look at how, moving forward, say, Safina Party now forms government, right? So there is the question of economy and odious debt. Clearly, you've pronounced yourself on that. But now there is matters to do with corruption. Talk about justice, because now we're talking about, let us compensate those who've been killed before by the police, right? But there is no conversation about justice. You can't have compensation without justice. There is cost of living. I mean, you've always said that it is the people who will tell you how their lives are, if it has improved. It is not about statistics being given by government, then beat your chest and say, things have gotten better. It is the people that will tell you. So, for conversation's sake, say, Safina forms government, how do you then address this different from how legacy politicians would do it?
Let me take, for example, on cost of living. In our promise, we've said we'll do away with 16% VAT and introduce a 5% sales tax. Who pays VAT? It's the individual. Who charges VAT is the individuals. So we are simply saying, once you're in office, don't charge 16% VAT. Reconfigure your ATRs, charge only 5% sales tax. Immediately, just that alone, you reduce the cost of vertible goods and services by 5%. By 11%. Immediately, by that alone, you've given everybody a breather. And it is the people who pays that VAT. They are the ones who said you are voting for an administration that will not charge us 16% VAT. We'll only be paying 5% sales tax. They get an immediate breather. Go to police. Number one, when you talk about security, why is it that our police are what they are? They are a force and not a service. The police are a tool of oppression used by legacy politicians to deal with and to clamp down on any dissent or anybody who is agitating and demanding for a better country. That's what the police has been turned into. Over the weekend, I mean this last 1 week, I've read reports of not less than 2 people killed in police stations. Not less than 2. And the numbers may be more. Why? And if they go to agitate to ask, nobody is talking to them. As Safina, what you said is very simple. Every police station, the people who are served by that police station, the precincts, they will go and vote for what we call a local community oversight committee, elected by the people, individuals from that community, who will sit as a board over every police station to oversight its operations. They can go into the cell, inspect, why are these committee members, why are these inmates being held here for more than 24 hours, not taken to court? Why is this inmate injured, not been taken to hospital? And where did he get his injuries? Is it in the cells or outside? Why are these not been admitted to cash bail? Yet the offense is a bailable offense. So they note it down. Why are these one, you are sent out to go and attend to demonstrations? Who was given firearms? Why did you fire ammunition, firearm? Or what were the circumstances? Did it lead to any fatality? Where's the incident report? Which officer in particular is responsible? That should be the work of the Civilian Oversight Committee for every police station in this country.
But really, are these people going to earn salaries?
No. Look at school boards. Look at school boards. Because look at, we fashioned it in the context of school boards, boards of governors, where every school in Kenya, education is a service. And in every educational institution in this country, there's a board of management. If you want the police to function, how can you say police is a service and they don't have a board of management that oversees what they're doing? Just in similar fashion that the boards of governors for schools, and schools are more than police stations. I've delivered. We're not saying these are employees. These are volunteers from the community who are elected by the people, chosen by the people, to go and oversight how police administration is conducted in their precinct. But ultimately, we are also saying this, that as Safina, every OCPD, the sub-county commander, we will turn that position to become a sheriff and elected by the people directly. So that you will not be telling us that I'm getting orders from above. Your above is going to be the people who are voting for you. You are accountable to those people. That's the commander, the sheriff. The officers are still under the National Police Service Commission, appointed in the usual manner. The IG still remains. But the sheriff, the one who we know as OCPD, is elected by the people.
Willis, is it going to... I hear you, because I've seen that system work in other countries.
Yes.
That have had differences, but you look at where we are as a country, and I really want to hear this from you. You can have a very, very good structure, a very good policy, but then when you're taking it to the people, my concern is, as we've seen it in the past, especially when it comes to even police recruitments, and these are appointments. So you'll, for example, you're the senior person at the head. So people within a community will look at you from the point of tribe, like, wewe ni Mluya, ama ni Mjaluo. Okay, your assistant then can also be, if you're Luo, your assistant can't be a Luo. Your assistant has to be a Kikuyu. Then there's a question of who are the majority around here. We still have those kind of issues. Number two, because I want to understand how can this structure work in such a toxic tribal environment that we're in currently. Two is, if you have people who are salaried, and we've seen this very many times, where, for example, somebody will call for a meeting, and we've seen this with those CPDs. These guys have money. These police bosses have money. So how will you stop corruption from going to those levels where these people basically are working as volunteers? They're not getting paid. But then you have an OCPD here who gets paid and has other monies elsewhere, who will then try to influence outcomes and influence a way of doing things, because we've had that culture. And I'm drawing this from this conversation around these legacy politicians and how they also manage. They could be lying, and they are lying, but they still manage to get crowds. And when you try to analyze, you look at these crowds, you'll see it's school buses that are ferrying these people to these venues. You'll see these mamambogas being paid 200, 500, 1,000. And you'll see a lot of these crowds in these political meetings. They clearly don't believe what this person is saying, but they're there spending a whole afternoon because they were given 500 shillings. How do we get this culture from our mindsets to a place where if you have that kind of structure working against impunity, bad leadership, governance, and fight corruption, have the system work, but people are also willing to make the systems work?
You know, first and foremost, we have over 3,000 police stations across the country. If you want to eat an elephant, you break it down into pieces. You can't swallow it. So this system will easily work first and foremost when you say we are doing it at the localist level, police station. So look at the units, even the numbers, households served by a police station. You've broken it down, and you're telling people to vote for their security. You know, when you are voting for your local oversight committee, it's your security.
Yep.
It's not about a promise that I'll bring for you development. I'll bring for you roads. This one is, I'm going to protect your home. You are taking responsibility for the security in your home. How many Kenyans are going to compromise their own safety by saying, at the promise of money, I'm willing to be attacked at my home, to allow marauding thugs to run my security? Very few. And because you've broken it down to so many polling stations, units, it's over 3,000 police stations. The numbers are manageable. It is not a mass, like you're saying. You can carry neighboring villages to come and overwhelm a particular locality. Today in Nairobi, you can easily see politicians. Somebody has a gathering in Embakasi, you can easily go to Kibra and to Madare and pick a crowd and take there. In this particular instance, we are simply saying, Madare must choose their own OCPD. The police stations inside Madare, not OCPD, must choose their own local oversight committee. They know all those people. They are responsible for oversight of police station. It comes to police, OCPD, the sheriff, we know the police divisions. We are going to choose someone who is going to protect us. It's different. Because in this particular instance, you're asking someone that's going to protect you. Not like before, where you're voting someone on a promise that he will bring for you development, which is undefined. This one you're simply saying, I don't want to see my house broken into. So there will be a higher responsibility, a higher calling. But what's the worst case scenario? The worst case scenario is this. Some may not work, but majority will work. And we learn from it. And you lose nothing by trying something new. Because the ones that we have, we know what we have. We know what we have. What we have is police can now come here and pick me, or pick you, God forbid, and take you to Central Police Station, and we are not sure if you will come out alive. Just like Albert Ojwang. That is what we know. At least we are sure they are capable of doing that. Now, we should not fear the potential of something revolutionary that changes how they work. And I recognize there may be risks and some challenges, teething challenges. But I always say the safest ship is the one at the harbor. But that is not why ships were built. You'll only enjoy this or feel it when you go out there and try these ideas. You test it. Give the people an opportunity to reconstruct their policing. But if we hold back to the comfort, that no, we don't want to try, the police will keep coming and picking you like sitting ducks.
Do you believe the same should apply then to top leadership? Let's say, for example, the presidency. So say, okay, we're giving you a contract. Whether this means changing the constitution. So we're giving you a contract and it's renewable every 1 year, not 5 years. So if we're not happy with what you're doing, because we always have the conversation of the first 100 days. We always have this number. So first 100 days. So let's just stretch it out and say, okay, we're giving you 1 year. If we are not satisfied by what you're doing, then we have a clause that then recalls you.
In fact, you know what we are heading towards, if you ask me?
Yes.
It's about accountability, getting people to be involved in their governance, because the resources that are being expended are their resources. Progressively, once we get to that stage, that can even be rotation, even a yearly leadership. Switzerland, for example, is one of the richest countries per capita. I mean, in terms of per capita for the citizens. They don't have a sitting president. They have a 1-year presidency. They've reached that level where everything is by almost referendum. They've designed the systems. So yes.
Even building a road.
Yeah, people will have to vote.
Yep.
So we may at some point get there. But we are where we are now. We start with these ones. Once these OCPDs, the sheriffs work well, the local communities work well, then we go to the political leadership. You can even say even MPs. Who said you must all meet in parliament? No, MPs, legislative issues should be discussed at a local community level. So convene yourself a local community, and the national proposes a legislation. We all sit as a committee, design a tool that can give us all an opportunity to vote. Is it phones? Now we have modern technology. Or are we creating for every individual a unique identifier that enables him to cast his vote on any issue you get?
Yeah.
So we must progress the conversation, because the ultimate goal is to make sure that the voice of the citizen is the determinant voice in his governance.
A lot of these things are wrapped around resources, and it's an economy. I mean, for goodness sake, the last election was an economic one, was one that was based on the economy in terms of what was going to happen and put money into the hands of people. I want to ask a question about resources and their sufficiency. I'm not even talking about the efficient use of resources. I'm asking about, are the resources that Kenya has today sufficient enough to run government? Everything that we see as a problem, the bottom line is money. Look at your health system. Well, we don't have enough money. Look at your education system. My God, we didn't send enough capitation. The term is ending now. The year is over, and we still are out about 4,000 shillings on capitation, about 4,000 to 5,000 shillings on capitation. And I can bet you my bottom dollar that 5,000 shillings per student is not going to be sent. It's not going to be sent. True. That's done. When we look at other issues, infrastructure, road infrastructure, we're told, well, there's just not enough money. The governor of Nairobi just the other day said, well, there's some roads that we need to work on, but, we're waiting for money. We look at so many things that need to be happening, but we don't have enough money. And that's how we borrow. The debt is at 12 trillion shillings now. The first charge on the consolidated fund is debt to 70% of revenue. I mean, everything you look at is a resource issue, and the proper spend of these resources. Is there enough? So it doesn't really matter what administration you bring in. You could bring in Angel Gabriel himself, and you could hear that maybe there's not enough.
No. The first thing Angel Gabriel will do is to administer the sacrament when it comes. In this particular instance, for example, as a Safina, the first thing we are going to do is to suspend all debt payments. Yeah, we are saying it's illegal. The largest expenditure item of your debt, of your revenue, your budget, is debt. So why should you continue with it if it is illegal? That is our thing. That's what we're saying. Illegal debt, we are not paying. Because this year alone, we are paying 2.3 trillion towards debt finance. The moment you spend 2.3 trillion shillings to pay illegal debt, what we are saying is illegal. Money that was taken in the name of Kenya, part of it is lying in people's private accounts. Why should Kenyan people pay for it? We will not pay it. Then, the next conversation now will be, okay, so what's the problem? The problem is that shift share is costed at 158 billion. That is what they've costed it to run universal healthcare here in Kenya. Take the 2.3 trillion, take 200 billion, apply it towards the universal healthcare. So no Kenyan will ever remove a coin to pay for his health services. You will need an ID, and you walk into a facility, you get it for free. You've been told it's costing 158 billion. So you will not pay the illegal debt. We have 2.3 trillion. Take 200 billion, put it in healthcare. So it becomes free for everybody. You're telling me about education. Costing of education, if you look at the numbers in terms of per capitation for every kid in primary school, every kid in secondary school, calculate those numbers, and even tertiary, we talk of TVET, it will cost you less than 300 billion. So you have saved 2.3 trillion. Remove 300 billion from that money that you've not spent on legal debt. Education becomes free in the sense that you now use taxpayers' money, what could have gone towards debt finance, apply to the education. No parent will now remove a coin from his pocket to pay for education. No contribution from the parents. But if you don't deal with this problem, what the government is doing today is this. They keep shacking responsibilities back to the people. They are raiding your pocket every day. So they keep coming to you every day, increase your taxes, charges, and levies. The government had a duty to pay for healthcare services using taxpayer money. They stop supporting healthcare. So you are forced to raise your own resources. Education, they failed to send capitation. So you are forced to increase school fees.
And is it because the resources are not there?
No, I've told you the resources are being misapplied. 70% of it is going to illegal debt.
But then we still have things like Nyota. There's a new thing now. Nyota. I don't know. It's 50,000 shillings to, I don't know.
But
and then there's...
That is peanuts. What happened is this. That is peanuts because the problem is the 70%. They are left with 30% to run their operations, pay their salaries, do development. They are not doing it. So they're focusing us on what, in this bigger scheme of things, will not impact anybody. So they keep you busy in Nyota. They keep you busy in Jukwaa Usalama, which are nonsense conversations. But they don't want to focus you on why the economy is not working. If we don't deal with the economic question, why it's not working for us, the rest, to me, is just a waste of time.
I hear you speak, Willis, in terms of Kenya. Our problem is expenditure. Collection is not a problem.
It's not a problem.
We have enough to run this country. And if we just deal with the corruption question in the country, we deal with address the debt problem in the country, then we are able to sort ourselves out and live easily.
Precisely.
But how then would you deal with what one would call expenditure in terms of salaries that people are paid in government? How would you address that?
You know, as it is now, my view is that people go into government because they want to earn money for themselves. As we believe in less government as Safina, it should be less government. What are the core functions of government? Defense, foreign relations, facilitate certain for social services, legislation, adjudication, judiciary. Yeah. Focus on only key roles of government. The rest, you don't need government. Let the private sector do it. Government just becomes a facilitator. So we believe in less government. In fact, if you asked me, for example, what should be the motivation for someone to become a member of parliament? It cannot be the salary of CDF. That's not your duty. We don't need CDF. Yeah, we don't need those bursaries that they're running. Because as Afena, we are saying education will be free. There is no contribution from the parent to pay for education. So when you are getting to become a member of parliament, don't think you're going to run some CDF kit your bursary fund. No. Those incentives that make people think they should aspire to these positions, you take them out. So you only become a member of parliament when you're about service, representation. Because in the ideal, the people should have been speaking themselves, voting for every issue like happens in Switzerland. But just because of our numbers, and we have yet to develop the infrastructures for everybody to appear, to participate, we send one of us. When you are chosen to be that one of us we send to represent, don't turn yourself into a profiteer. Then now you want to profit from the message. No. Make it an attractive in terms of monetary incentives. Because it's about a service. Ni kujitolea.
So Willis, how do we make, because you earlier said, okay, we have these legacy politicians and it seems we keep making them relevant and our conversations are just going round in circles about them and the issue now is not economy anymore. How do we circle back to discussing these issues that you're raising and who is the person leading this? Because at the moment, the people on offer are these ones that we've been talking about.
You see, Dennis, don't despair. At least you invited me here. You've given me a platform. You've given me a platform to share this, have this conversation. So just keep harping on, but the issue is the economy. Ask each of these political caucuses. Tell us what is your promise on the economy. And we question you. Tangible. Not fake promises. Tangible. Just like the other Dennis has asked me. How will you pay for this? How will you get? So, and I'm seeing the next guest also is a political. Ask him, okay, we've had the two one term, we agree. Now tell us, what is it for Kenyans? What is your promise on the economy? Ask all of these campaigns, we focus on the agenda. What is your economic agenda? That should be the discussion. Then once we are clear on what the agenda is, the personalities will come later. But legacy politicians will prefer you start with personalities. That Raila is here, Ruto is here,
so the focus is going towards setting an agenda.
Yes.
And an economic one, a social one that is wrapped around the justice system. And the individuals who will come in to be agents of impact and change, it shouldn't matter who they are.
Exactly.
Because you're plugging into a system that is working and that is efficient.
Exactly.
So what we are saying essentially is that political parties, as they are set up, should actually live out what they were originally designed to be.
Exactly.
Whereby they were ideological in nature, and it doesn't matter who it is, so long as they're pushing that ideological agenda.
Like for us, Afina, we've come up with our feast agenda, the 5-point agenda. Call it the feast agenda. Not paying odious debt. We are no citizen is contributing towards education. Education becomes free from primary to tertiary. Healthcare services, the money saved from odious debt, apply to healthcare services. Do away with 16% VAT, make it 5% sales tax. Don't borrow from the domestic market. Release that money in the domestic market back to the people. Government not borrowing from the domestic market. That money should be available to the private sector, the individuals to be able to access it at low interest rates. So the private sector, the individual becomes the driver of economic growth.
Economy.
Not government.
As it should.
Now, that is our feast agenda as Safina. I urge you, Dennis, ask, for example, there were 2-termers. What is your agenda? Don't tell us about the individuals behind the 2-term. Just tell us the agenda. Then we go to the 1-termers. Tell us your agenda. United Opposition. Tell us your agenda. Then it becomes now a battle of agendas. Which is the best? And if we agree on this is the agenda, even if Willis is not there, so we know there's a Safina agenda. We know their commitment. The agenda will be implemented.
It will carry
if they're
the
in
day.
office.
Stuff to think about, definitely, and stuff to continue conversing about. It's a good way to start the week and get into a Monday morning with these thoughts top of mind. Wakili Willis Otieno, also the Deputy Party Leader of Safina Party. Thank you for being here with us this morning. A lot, like I said, to think about and for us to continue to wrap our heads around. So thank you for just moving this conversation along with us this morning. Asante. More conversations continue. Good morning. 5 minutes past 8.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila that he's doing policy of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist
on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning at 9 minutes after 8 o'clock, and we continue with Kenya's biggest conversation, this Situation Room, this Monday morning. It's the 13th of October, and conversations, they are hotting up. And as we keep looking into things, the year is fast coming to an end, but that doesn't stop anybody from doing what they've been doing. Even as time goes by, we're still looking at things as they develop. We're carrying on that conversation this morning, and we're looking at the state of the nation in terms of the plan, what it is, and what versus what Kenyans actually want. And now joining us is a party leader of DAP Kenya, Eugene Wamalwa. He joins us in the hot seat this morning. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
I'm all right, thanks.
I was just telling you, just before we came to this, that we often wonder, when you're asleep, we turn around and then you're on our screens, or you're on a rooftop of something somewhere.
Yes.
It's busy times already.
It is, and it's going to get busier as we approach the elections.
Okay, well, let's see. There's some questions that we have for you. Let's see what Kenyans are thinking versus what answers you have. But before we do that, Dennis wants to take you to West Africa.
Yeah, we are in Liberia, and when we talk about Liberia, let's just look at its history. Yeah, so it endured 2 brutal civil wars, 1989 to 1996, and the 1999 to 2003, which left the country devastated. But a little bit later, since 2003, it has enjoyed relative peace with significant rebuilding of its economy and institutions. Ebola as well hit the country really bad, but they continue to come up and push the country's economy. But the proverb today from Liberia: no matter how long the dry season lasts, the rain will come again.
Yes.
How would you interpret that?
I think the Swahili have a similar one that says, hakuna marefu yasiyo na ncha. Yes, it all pass, no matter what.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well put, proverb for a proverb.
Proverb for a proverb, but I guess it kind of explains itself, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right. Well, so let's look into things, shall we? Like we said, you would imagine that, in just a few weeks, there would be an election that's taking place. But that's not the case. We still have about a year and a half to go to the thing. But it would appear as though things are already shaping. You were in church in Mwe yesterday, and you said something that was really interesting, and my mind stayed on that for a minute. And let's use that as the first question as we get into this. And you said that we've come together to essentially remove an administration. And right now, we don't know who the leader is, because all of us who are there deserve that seat. You said all of us who are there leading in our different capacities deserve that seat, but we've come together. We don't know right now who the person is going to be that's going to stand for us. But one thing we do know is that we cannot allow this current administration to continue. So we know that we're going to unseat it. We just don't know who is going to be the leader, despite the fact that all of us deserve it. You believe that, what you said yesterday?
Yes, I do, and I think I put it very simply that we do not know who amongst us is going to be the sixth president, because one of us is going to be, but we do know who must never be president again, and that man comes from Sugoi.
Okay.
And it's not because we hate him, it's because of what he has done in the last 3 years. And you look at the levels of corruption, you look at the overtaxation, you look at everything that's going on in the country, the auctioning of the country and all that. If we allowed him to get a second term, as people are saying 2 term, we are saying 1 term, because there'll be no country left if we were to go at this rate. And one thing that we all agree on is that when you look at the lineup in the opposition, each one of us is qualified to be president. We have 2 former number 2 in command, the 10th vice president, Kalonzo Musyoka, who's the Wiper leader. Just the other day, he was given the presidential ticket by his party, the Wiper Patriotic Front. We have Rigathi Gachagua, who was the 2nd deputy president, and the leader of the DCP. It was just a heartbeat away until the impeachment. You have Martha Karua, the leader of PLP. This was the 2nd leader in our team to be cleared by her party, PLP. The other day, we had Fungamano. And you have yours truly as the leader of DAP Kenya, was the first to be cleared by my party. And we expect that very soon Rigiji will be cleared. Fred Matiang'i is yet to be cleared, either by Jubilee or UPA. We do not know which party he'll run on. Each one of us, we have a public record, having served in the last administration. Some of us served in the previous administration of Mwai Kibaki. In senior positions, we are qualified, we have our public records. But we can't all be president at the same time.
Okay.
So we will agree, but what we have also assured Kenyans is that we will remain united. We know there are attempts to actually divide us. There are attempts, and you can see the president working very, very hard to poach from the opposition, to poach and, feather his nest with serious leaders who will enable him get a 2nd term. Well, Eugene Wamalwa is not going to be one of them.
Well, let's
Even
see.
if he was to buy everybody else in Western Kenya, I will be the last man standing. In DAP Kenya, will be the last party standing.
It's very possible, but from the events that we saw over the last couple of days, it was to the eye of many that even that move would have been unprecedented. But yet it happened. But we'll come into that in just a little bit.
The one of Gideon?
Absolutely.
We were equally surprised.
Everybody's surprised?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll get into that in just a little bit, because it's something that forms the basis then for further conversation. But I want to go to the other side, where at Starehe Boys Center yesterday, the president said, and I quote, "Ignore the planless opposition." And then he went on to say that, this opposition, which you mentioned, Kalonzo, Wamalwa, Karua, Matiang'i, Gachagua, don't have a plan. These are folks who want to come into government, taste the waters just a little bit, and they don't have a plan. And number 2, he went on to talk about how he's been in talks with Uhuru Kenyatta and how he continues to be in talks with Raila Odinga, and they're forming, or rather strengthening, this broad-based government. They've done this also with the inclusion of Gideon Moi. Are you planless?
I think he's the one who's planless, and not just planless, he's totally rudderless. He came up with a bottom-up plan. Better, bottom-up economic transformation agenda. If I was to ask any one of you, is your life better than it was 3 years ago? Every Kenyan will tell you today that their lives are not better, their lives are bitter. Anyone with a pay slip who had more disposable income when Uhuru was president, and I was in that ministry that I served in different capacities. Many, whether you're a teacher, whether you are a nurse, whether you're a police officer, there's a gaping hole in your payslip that was not there 3 years ago. It's now called SHA. It is now called a housing levy. You're paying for a house that you'll never get, but you'll pay for it upende usipende. You're being told public land has been given. You're being taxed. This is taxpayers' money. And these houses are now being used as bribes to, bribe the teachers. 20% will be given to you. Police officers, 10%. Our lives are much better than they were. So is the plan working? No. The bottom-up economic transformation plan is not working. So he's the one who is planless. For us today, if you ask any Kenyan, they know what needs to be done. The Gen Z said it on 25th of June last year. And what they said is really in the Constitution. Article 10, when they are asking for accountability, it's part of our national values under Article 10. When they're asking for integrity, it's there. When they're asking for an end to corruption, good governance, these are things Gen Z has asked. And all we need to do is have a plan to reset and restore this country back to the path of the rule of law and constitutionalism, back to the path of accountability and having leadership of integrity. So for us, our plan is, first of all, how do we stop this? And it starts with ending corruption, and that must start at the top, from State House. It's a crime scene. Before William Ruto went into State House, he was called the high priest of corruption. Now, this State House, where he is now, is really the epicenter of corruption. All the deals, everything that's going on. So our number one plan is that if we are to stop corruption, we must end this presidency. And to do so, it will mean that we do not have to overtax Kenyans. Because when you look at what is going towards corruption, really, it's almost a third of our budget. If you are to just take care of that and seal the loopholes of the wastage we are seeing in this government, you will not need to overtax Kenyans. And that's why we're saying our number one plan, once we have this corrupt regime out, we will now need to look at policy reversals. And we are not going to learn on the job. We are with Kibaki, served in his cabinet when he came up with good policies like free primary education. Creating a more equal Kenya starts with enabling every child to realize their God-given potential. That can only work through opportunities from education to jobs. That is lacking here. So we have good policies we had with Uhuru, like Linda Mama. It matters not whether you're a wife of a border or a teacher or a police officer. If you are going to give birth, to bring life to this great nation, you must do so in a dignified way. And this we had made create a more equal country where mothers would give birth without being charged. This guy comes in, removes Linda Mama, comes up with something called Sha, She, Shu. That's not working. I was in Kakamega last week, and we had a 100-year-old hospital called St. Mary's Mumias. It was there from the colonial days. It never collapsed. During the Jomo Kenyatta, the 24 years of Moi, 10 years of Kibaki, 10 years of Uhuru, it never the day William Ruto took over and came up with this Shasheshi thing of his, 100-year hospital collapsed because of this new system. So what we are saying is that, number one agenda, remove this guy, reverse these policies, and we have all agreed, if Eugene Wamalwa becomes the sixth president, the number one executive order will be reversing, scrapping this housing levy. It is really the most corrupt scheme we've ever had. We will also want to scrap this housing levy. Apart from housing levy, these are policy reversals that we have all agreed on, whether it is Gachagua or Kalonzo or Wamalwa or Karua. So we know what needs to be done. We do not need to learn on the job. We have been in 2 administrations, and we know what it takes.
But Eugene, yes, there is the question of you served in previous administration.
Yes.
Today, Kenyans are asking, what is it that Wamalwa has done? Because let's take, for example, the Jubilee administration where you served. Yes. And Kenyans today say, part of the problem as to why we are here today is because of policies that were made by Jubilee administration, which you are party to.
Yes.
And even today, as we talk about William Ruto should go home one term, you know, that is a phrase. But Kenyans are saying united opposition as well is not the solution. How do you shake up that ideology that you are part of the problem and that you are here to offer the solution?
I think it starts with convincing Kenyans. I think it was Madison who once said that if we're a nation of angels, we don't need a government. But we are not angels. Do not expect angels to fall like manna from heaven, to just drop from nowhere and come and change this country. No, it will take Kenyans, leaders who have been here, leaders who have been born here, and who are ready to lead. What it will take is having that yardstick that I was talking about in terms of Article 10 of our Constitution. so that we have leaders of integrity, we have leaders who are patriotic, we have leaders who not put their personal interests, commercial interests, over the national interests, as the way we are seeing in this transactional government. And this is what is going to be the taste. So it's not whether we have a new person coming in that is, untested and therefore is likely to be a good leader. It is even better that you have a leader who has been there. What must be done is to put all our public records to the highest levels of scrutiny. You, Wamalwa, you served as Minister for Justice. What did you achieve? Did you have any scandal with that ministry? If there is even an iota of a scandal involved in one of the ministries I served, then do not give me that chance. Because if as minister and given the opportunity to serve the public, I used that to satisfy my personal greed, then if you allow me into State House, if I was stealing with one hand, I'll steal with both hands, because there will be no one above me. And that is what is happening. That is a mistake we made. And Kibaki once said that, leadership is not an opportunity to satisfy personal greed, but it is really to serve.
But it seems like it is now.
No, it is. And that's why I'm saying any leader that is offering to lead this country, the public must, with a tooth comb, go through your record. And if there are scandals and there are issues of integrity, for God's sake, do not allow me near State House.
Then how do you describe an alliance where you and your what I would call the other party leaders coming together? You have individuals then within that space who have scandals. Some of them have actually had court cases. But yet there is something that unifies all of you together, and it's the slogan one term. And you're saying, okay, the agenda then is to get this person out of power, and then amongst yourselves appoint one who then will lead the entire group, because like you said, all of you can't be president.
Yes.
How do you reconcile those?
That is now what we're saying, that the public must subject us to the highest levels of scrutiny, including our public records, to see who qualifies. And for me, I believe integrity should be on the ballot. If we want to change this country, we continue electing corrupt leaders. Like the current president, if you look at his record, the number of scandals. When you look at his record, he already had a case to do with pipeline. He tried to grab pipeline land and sell it. Now, if you look at that record and you still allowed him into State House, now he wants to sell the entire pipeline. He wants to sell the entire refinery. And when you look at the transactions going around the pipeline, they're very opaque. Then you hear of some Nigerians who are actually related to some of these powerful people who have interests in the refinery and now the entire pipeline. So the minute you allow someone with those integrity issues who got away, and not just about the pipeline, processional way itself. You know, the road from State House to the Serena Hotel. Mwai Kibaki, when he became president, he called his minister. He said, now you are a minister in my government. Can you return the title deed for this land? You know, that whole land between State House and Serena was a plot in this guy's name.
In whose name?
William Ruto.
Really?
And Kibaki demanded. That title deed was returned. Someone who can grab until the way to State House itself, given a chance. Look at what he's doing. He started by trying to sell JKIA. We went to court. As DAP Kenya, we're in court with Wiper. We're in court with Tony Gashok and other people. That is how he dropped the JKIA deal to Adani. Ketraco, our power lines, were gone. Now, our health system, all these were 3 Adani deals that were going to be controlled by some private individuals. You are talking of our airlines, our airports, our power lines, our health system, all in the hands of individuals. And these are not very reputable individuals. When you look at their Adani record, I mean, there's a very dubious international record. This is a guy who was chased in Bangladesh. He had problems in Sri Lanka, even in India itself. In the United States, this guy was a convicted felon. Then you come here and you're telling Kenyans, the president himself defends, no, Adani is okay. Prime Minister Raila Odinga came in and said, no, Adani is not a very bad guy. Even the other day, he was still talking about, but we are saying no. If we are going to allow our family jewels to be auctioned, we're not just talking about profits. We're talking about our sovereignty. We're talking about our national security.
Okay, so
Yes.
Eugene, if that's the case, if I may, I mean, you've painted the picture with broad and, smaller strokes. We see,
Yes.
and many Kenyans can see with what you said. But in order to uncanvas this, that's when you bring in a new leadership, or you bring in, whether it's a new administration with the same leaders that you've seen before, whatever the case may be. But there must be a plan.
Yes.
What would you do? Let's assume that one out of these 5 individuals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes, one out of these 5 individuals is going to be given an opportunity to lead the country, and then most probably will, put others in positions of leadership and responsibility and accountability. What would you do? Let me give you 3 areas. What would you do? Look at the state of the economy today. It's 12 trillion shillings in debt.
Yes.
And with the likelihood of borrowing more in the short term and also more in the long term. 70% of revenue goes towards debt financing.
Yes.
And so there's only 30% which goes towards recurrent expenditure, it goes towards development, and every other thing that needs to be funded. That's not nearly enough. Let's look at an education sector which right now is on its knees. It's on its knees. Whether we're talking about infrastructure for schools at whatever level, from ECD to primary to junior secondary to senior secondary to tertiary. On its knees. Whether we're looking at funding for education, whether we're looking at infrastructure, whether we're looking at value and quality assurance across board, because we're not training our teachers, we're not paying them nearly enough to then essentially have them teach properly. And then we'll look at health, like you've mentioned. Not possible for everybody who goes into a healthcare facility today to get everything that they need and it be taken care of. Those are just 3 examples. We've not even gotten to road infrastructure. We've not gotten into, supply of water and amenities. We've not even gone into corruption. How would you do it? Because we can paint a picture of how bad it looks, but how are you going to recanvas the thing to make it look better?
I think the first thing you need to look at is that it's not cast in stone. These are policies that were changed. When you look at some of the policies that William Ruto changed, they are reversible. As the new administration, the number one thing will be to look at the policies that he tried to change that are not working. Some of them you can see he's made a U-turn on them. Some of the things like issues of youth empowerment, we're trying to put some money in the pocket of these young people. We had this Kazi Mitaani thing. He came and scrapped it. He said, wait, we'll be planting millions of trees. Put that on hold. I will be taking care of this. So, for 2 years, a program that was putting 2 billion shillings in the pockets of young people across the country, in different parts of the country, was stopped. Then after 2 years, he comes and says, okay, I've come back now. We are going back to that program, but we are going to call it Climate Wax Mitaani. It was the same thing. But the one thing we didn't ask is that, okay, those 2 years, the 2 billion for the training, where did that money go? And we're saying, those U-turns have been made on a few other things, Linda Mama and other things in the health sector. We had a package for the educare for our kids, so that when your child is unwell at school, they're taken care of. So now the kids are exposed, parents are being called. These are things, policy changes made across sectors, from health. We had NHIF that was working. It had challenges, it had some loopholes, but as we speak, we had experts who had already told us what needed to be done in terms of improving, sealing the loopholes, and this would have been done at a lesser cost than the 104 billion new system that these fellows brought in.
But what would you actually do?
That's not working.
What would you actually do, Eugene?
What would
you actually do that would reverse these things?
I'm saying that these are just policy reversals. When we come in, number one, executive order we're saying, we scrap this SHA thing. We have experts who are telling us this could have been done at a lesser cost. NHIF could have been fixed. We can reverse this system, go back to NHIF,
Let me give you an example.
and have it fixed.
Let me give you an example,
Yes.
Eugene. Mutai Kagwe, who was the CS Health.
Yes.
When he came into office, he stood on the steps of Afia House and he said, we're going to bring down the cartels in this place.
Yes.
And then we started calling it Mafia House because of what he said.
Yes, yes.
He said, we're going to bring down the cartels. Today, those cartels still exist.
Yes.
Now he's in a different capacity. Because the question is, if we say we're going to reverse policy decisions, the people who run these things are still there.
Yes.
How do we expect that the people who contributed to running a thing to the ground are the same people that you were going to put the responsibility on to bring it back? And that's my question. And I'm saying that there was a man called Jerry Rawlings in Ghana.
Yes.
And he called a town hall meeting. And there were certain chiefs there who were often involved in corruption. You know what he did? I'm sure you do.
Yes.
Those people don't exist on the earth.
Yes,
anymore.
they were rounded up.
So, what needs to happen to people? Because one of the big issues that we're looking at here is corruption.
Corruption, yes.
People have stolen money. Money didn't disappear. Money didn't go missing. Money is not unexplained.
Yes.
Somebody took it. Somebody takes it. Today, people are taking it. Money that could go to sort out these things that I've talked about.
Yes.
So one would hope that the person who's coming in at least has a plan of how to stop the bleed first. Isn't that what surgeons normally do? Stop the bleed, then we go cut out the thing. What would actually be done?
What needs to be done is just changing the policy direction. I was in Oxford as Minister for Water. We had a conference of African ministers for water, and there's a Professor Scott, then talked to us very candidly and said, gentlemen, science without policy is still science. But policy without science and scientific research is gambling. That is how important policy is. When you look at the Mwai Kibaki administration, the policies that were put in place, they are well-researched policies. And some of the policies that we put in place with Uhuru Kenyatta, they were working for everybody. From the devolution policy that was very, very critical in trying to create a more equitable Kenya, a more inclusive Kenya. We had a country that actually had been divided for, alongside the session paper number 10 of 1965, high potential and low potential areas. The entire northern region, the Asa region, have been looked at as a low potential area with very little being invested. But with the devolution policy that was put in place under the new constitution, and I was very happy to have served in that ministry, to have worked with a president who believed in devolution, unlike the current system. We were able to actually reach corners of this country that had not been reached. Do you know Wajir County, Mandera County, for 50 years, they had never seen a tarmac road. Just by changing policy of devolution, decentralization of resources and the power of the people to make decisions as to their priorities in their localities. Do you know that alone has changed the country? You go to northern Kenya today, you are seeing development in areas that it took one policy decision to move from a centralized system to a devolved system, to have a policy in place, and to put up 47 new county governments up and running. They have challenges, yes, from corruption and everything. But if you ask anyone in Mandera, Wajir, Garissa today, is there a difference in their life? They will tell you, we are seeing things. We used to come to Kenyatta National Hospital over 1,000 kilometers just to get a CT scan, just to get dialysis. We had to live with our relatives in Isili to be able to go to Kenyatta twice a week for that. If you have a dialysis machine in Mandera today, you have a CT scan in which you have changed lives, and it takes one policy. Today, the policy changes these fellows have made is really gambling with the lives of our children in education, the new higher education funding model that has failed. It was a policy change, shift in direction. The SHA thing in the health sector is a change in policy. All this, what I'm telling Kenyans is that they're reversible. And we're not talking about people who are going to learn on the job. We're talking about people who know what needs to be done, and we've agreed in health, we must reverse this SHA. We already have a team working on a replacement system that would better the lives of Kenyans in matters of housing. What we're seeing now, and the president himself said it when he was in Addis, he told his fellow presidents, and he was a star at in New York at the UN. Everybody, I was able to get 500 billion Kenyans willingly, Kenyans have paid through their noses for this housing levy. And what the amount of money raised is more than the houses being built. So what is he doing? He has so much money at his disposal. This is the money now he's calling governors. Work with me, I'll build you 10 markets. I'm building 400 markets. Using the sweat of Kenyans through this housing levy to bribe governors, teachers, police officers, playing politics with the lives of the people. But we're saying we had the big four under the Uhuru administration. And one of those was really housing. But we were not taxing. We're still building affordable houses. Some of them that are being opened today by William Ruto were built by Uhuru Kenyatta without having to raid your pay slips. So there are ways that we can change people's lives just through policy changes. But what we need are not half-baked policies. You try this today, stop that today, go back to that today. That is gambling with the lives of Kenyans. And we're saying we are ready to fix it. But the number one thing we must do is stop the bleeding of this country through corruption. Over 30% is just going through that. The wastage in this government. You look at what they've been doing at State House. They're doing the Cabra this week. When we left State House, under the Uhuru administration, we're just putting in about, I think we're at about 3.9. What we are looking at now, they have tripled the budget for State House to almost 11 billion. And what we are looking at is handouts. Anyone going to State House today, you are short of 10K. And this wastage that we are seeing, the globe-trotting on the expensive jets and all that, if you can deal with corruption, deal with the wastage, you do not have to overtax.
Eugene, then question is, how will you deal with corruption? You've mentioned the way State House is now an epicenter for corruption.
Yes.
President William Ruto, you've accused him of being corrupt.
Yes.
Now, you form government, you get in there, you look at corruption in health sector, talk about education, talk about infrastructure, development in the country, and you say everything is riddled with corruption.
Yes.
You get in. You've accused President, at the point is former President William Ruto is corrupt. How do you deal with him?
First of all, if we put integrity on the ballot, it means State House must stop being the epicenter of corruption. It starts at the top, just like fish, it rots from the head. The minute from the head of state, we have integrity there. And those visits to State House with briefcases will stop. If you are told today, oh, boss, I have this deal here, can you... you are told you leave State House in handcuffs. People will stop making deals at State House.
Will you open investigations against...
Definitely.
Against William Ruto at the time?
Definitely. And we let institutions work. We are not talking about witch hunting. We are talking about returning the country to the course of rule of law and accountability. That everyone doing anything, whatever office you're given, know that you'll be held accountable. Whether you are president, whether you are a minister, whether you are a PS, you will be held accountable. There are presidents who are being dragged to court years later. The French president has been sentenced to prison.
And how will
Sarkozy, for corrupt deals he made years ago. So let everyone know that the protection of the presidency is for the period you are in that office. Is to protect, but the minute you are out, you will be held accountable.
How are you dealing with corruption issues within the coalition that you're in right now? Because the coalition that you're in, there are those who've been accused of equally being corrupt. So before getting to power and forming government and dealing with corruption, how are you as Eugene Omala within the united opposition dealing with corruption from within?
That is what we're saying, that whoever we will offer as our candidate, because integrity is going to be an issue, that is going to be one of the yardsticks. In the process of identifying that candidate, we must also be able to offer Kenyans a candidate that Kenyans will look and say, okay, this guy is clean. This guy has served, yes, he has a clean record. This guy is better than Kasongo, because we've never had Wamalo with any scandal. We've looked at the Ministry of Justice, there was no scandal. He served at the Ministry of Water, there's no scandal. We've looked at devolution, he served in defense. But if there was a scandal anywhere, we should be able to say, okay, though you want to be the candidate, but look, because we'll have a team, we'll have a process of identifying that candidate. We do a SWOT analysis to look at the strengths and weaknesses of each one of us, so that we're saying we want to give this country the best.
But we do know it's not just about one person. And my question is, do you believe within your united opposition there are characters that have integrity issues, that have had scandals, do you believe they're there?
I can't speak for them. I can speak for myself. When I offer myself, and I want to thank my party, DAP Kenya, for giving me the ticket to run.
No, Eugene, it's a very direct question.
No.
Eugene,
I do not want to be a judge of my colleagues. We're saying it is the public that will judge.
Yes.
And we'll have a system of identifying that candidate.
Yes.
And in 2026, we will be able to unveil that candidate.
So let's assume that candidate is you, Eugene, okay? And let's assume you're president.
Yes.
This is the team that you've been working with. Are you saying there won't be a time, because we've seen this happen in the past in this country, where then there is I hate to use this word, but it's been used before, shareholding. So you have principles. And when you're talking about principles, is if you become president, then there obviously will be something for Gachagua, there will be something for Kalonzo, there will be something for Martha Karua, there will be something for Mithika Linturi, there will be something for all these people.
Yes.
Correct? Are you not concerned that if then you're working together as united opposition and you're saying that, okay, you're fronting yourself, Kenyans will judge the rest, but when the moment you take power, you take over power, you still have to work with these characters that have had scandals, that have corruption issues and integrity issues. You'll still be forced to work with them, right?
Yes, but what will matter most is the head of the team.
But you'll still have to work with them.
Well, like I said, even as president,
yes,
you will not just be elected by the devout Christians and pastors, and you'll also be elected by other people.
By thieves and robbers also.
No, and you know, votes will come from everywhere.
Yes,
just like the team. You know, as the driver of the bus, there are people that you are carrying. They can't all be angels. But what will matter is who is on the steering wheel. If it's a man or woman of integrity who has a clear vision for the country, where he would want to take and steer the country in the right direction.
But you can have people in the back of the bus who are shooting people up in the back of the bus, Eugene. You can also toss them off.
Yes. And you take command of that bus. That's what, everything stands and falls on the leader of that team. If we have a leader of integrity, we will go in the right direction. But if we have an Alibaba there, then it will be the story of Alibaba and the gang of 40 thieves. This is where we are going. I think if you look at the transactional manner in which this country is being run, you look at the dealings with the RSF in the Sudan, the blood diamonds and gold from the Sudan. And here we are at the UN speaking about the security situation in the Sudan. Yet, we are the ones facilitating. We are the ones allowing guns to come through JKI and going to Sudan, where women and children are being killed. We are hosting the RSF leadership here. Nairobi has become the center of, these rebels, whether you're talking about the Congo River Alliance, the M23 from DRC. Nairobi has become the hub. This region has looked at Nairobi as the anchor state in the entire region, not just East Africa, the Horn of Africa. We have been the stabilizer of this region. What have we become lately? The destabilizer of this region. You look at Kinshasa, they are pointing fingers at Nairobi. You look at Khartoum, they're pointing fingers at Nairobi. Something has gone wrong. It's about the transactional leadership we have. So all I'm pleading with Kenyans is that whoever you choose to be the next president, let integrity be on the table.
Okay, you said earlier that you were shocked, and I want to go back to looking at what the president has said. A lot of these issues that you've raised, but one thing that he keeps insisting on is trying to build national cohesion, and he's talking to the opposition and saying, look, you have no plan, I have a plan, we have a vision, and we have a program that we want to implement, and therefore drawing in different political leaders. And you say that he's actually hunting to trying to galvanize, and you were shocked that you saw Gideon Moi join him.
Yes.
So this caught you by surprise?
Yes, totally. And we were expecting that he would be running as senator for Baringo, and a lot of people in Baringo wanted him to run. And as a united opposition, we're going to support him.
Was he working with united opposition?
No, he was in the Azimio coalition, but as you know, Azimio collapsed. As some said, Azimio ilizimia, and it's no longer there, really. after our Azimio leader crossed over to the broad-based government, and he moved. Martha Karua's PLP was the first party to exit Azimio, and DAP.
Not Kenya at the
Yes,
time.
and not Kenya at the time. She moved. DAP Kenya, my party, was the second one to move. And I believe Wiper up to now have said they no longer associate with Azimio. We don't know the position of Jubilee. We had them in the NDC talking about Azimio. But as far as we are concerned, Azimio is dead as a dodo. It's no longer there. And whether Kanu was remaining in Azimio and the Jubilee, that was their own position. But having joined the broad-based government, that meant that you can't belong to two coalitions. The minute President Ruto signed an MOU, a past election pact with Raila Odinga, you remember it was March at KICC. That was the end of Azimio. They actually, by signing that MOU, signed the death certificate of Azimio. So after that, we have not known Gideon's position, because he has not been associating with us in the United Opposition. He's stayed neutral. And we were hoping he would join us as a principal, and we were hoping he would win the Baringo seat and come back into active politics. But I think you better ask him what the reasons were for him to have made that decision.
What's the chatter?
I do not really understand, but many Kenyans are surprised. What we are seeing is an attempt to broaden the broad-based government. For us in the opposition, we are firmly broadening our opposition team and strengthening and bonding and planning ahead, working on our manifesto. As I've said, most of these policy changes, we have teams working on different sectors, from health, that is already in a mess, to education, to economy. And we're telling Kenyans it is possible to have a regime that will come and offer you tax cuts.
But yet we hear...
There are teams that would come and say, like Kibaki did when he came in, he didn't raise taxes.
But Eugene, we keep hearing from your meetings, and over the weekend, we actually had the former Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, say that, speaking to the mountain and saying, look, let's not allow ourselves to be divided. And there's always this chatter that the president is trying to make inroads and trying to get some of you in the United Opposition to join him. Yes. Is that what's happening?
Yes, it is happening. And
who's been approached?
And I can tell you that Kalonzo Musyoka has been a major target, and there are many stories we've had.
Why
Kalonzo has gone?
Musyoka?
Because as we speak, William Ruto is a chess master. He knows his sums are not adding up. He knows this opposition united to the end would mean a one-way ticket for him back to Sugoi. He knows it. I mean, he's also a student of the late President Moi. This was a professor of politics. You remember when the opposition came together as we have and faced him in 1992, what did he do? He just divided the opposition. He was able to beat them. 1997, again, we had my brother running, we had Raila running, we had Ngilo running, Kibaki. Again, he was able to beat a united opposition with less than 36% of the vote cast. Mm-hmm. So here is a Ruto who was in YK92, who worked with Moi, who knows the tactics of Moi, divide and rule, and he knows very well that this opposition left as it is to the end. And God forbid if they were to pick one candidate, I'll be a one-term president. That story we were being told, I had Musali saying, in Africa, it's not easy for an incumbent to be beaten. Just yesterday, you had what happened in Seychelles. It was one term. Last week in Malawi, Chakwera was sent home after one term. Why? Because, just like Ruto, he promised heaven and delivered hell. Chakwera-nomics never worked just the way Ruto-nomics is not working for Kenyans. And he was sent home one term. So in Liberia, you were talking about Liberia, George Weah. Where nomics not working, just the way autonomics is not working. And George Weah was sent home one term. Good luck, Jonathan, in Nigeria, in Malawi, so what happened. No one should tell you that it's not possible for a president in Africa not to lose.
So in this case, why is Kalonzo being targeted?
He's being targeted because, as we speak, Ruto is looking at the chessboard. Mm-hmm. This whole week he's moving east. As the opposition, people are asking, why are you so much in the east? Why are you so much in the mountain? Why are you targeting western? Because when you look at the votes of Kenya, these are the rich vote baskets of the country. And the minute you lock the mountain, this is what put Ruto off, on top of the whole part. Because almost 50% of his vote came from the rich vote mountain. When Gachagua said, let us not be divided, Gachagua led the campaigns for Ruto. He knows what he's talking about. He built the numbers for Ruto. Ruto called him one of the greatest mobilizers ever. Now, when he was mobilizing the mountain for him, he was not a tribalist. He was mobilizing for Ruto. Today, when Gachagua says he wants to mobilize the mountain for the opposition, for Wamalwa or for Kalonzo or anyone else, now he's become a tribalist. When you are going to Kabrak to make peace with your Kalenjin brother Gideon, you're not a tribalist. When you look for a young man, firebrand like Buzeki in Uasin Gishu, who has been giving you hell, a Kalenjin like you, and you bring him in the fold, you're not a tribalist. But when Wamalwa looks for other lawyers to talk and bring the Western region together, they become tribalists all of a sudden. Ruto knows the arithmetic is not adding up. There's a gap of almost 2 million votes the opposition is likely to beat him by. The only place he can recover that after losing the mountain is Ukambani. Every day you'll hear Oscar Sudi say, Ruto is meeting Kalonzo. Cherargei will say, Kalonzo is joining us. Why? There are 2 million votes out there in Ukambani. If William Ruto got that today and Kalonzo joined him, it's game shot. We will not lie to Kenyans. It will be two-term automatically. As we speak, there's a gap of 2 million votes that the opposition is likely to beat William Ruto with. Watch this week.
You have already
every day
calculated.
Yes,
we know
we know the history, we know the geography and the numbers. But someone who knows that better is William Ruto. This whole week he's in Ukambani, he's going to Makueni, he's going to Kitui. In fact, the National Day on 20th is going to be in Kitui. So just watch how he's going to woo that. If he misses the lower eastern region, and if he loses Malava, and as we are going to beat him, I believe, and loses Western, William Ruto is a one-term president.
Doesn't the 6.3 million votes that is being targeted by the IEBC not feature in your calculations? But even then, as we talk about IEBC, I sat down with Rigathi Gachagua and asked him about the ongoing registration, especially using the new methodology, which is the IRIS. Yes. And he says he'll go to court, but going to court on what basis? Because IEBC says Kenyans have always complained about the register, and new security features will ensure that the register is tamper-proof.
Yes, but whatever decision, you know the difference between this constitution and the previous one. Whatever decision you make, you must have public participation. So when you start looking at the IRIS, and we have raised these issues with IEBC as the opposition, they have not responded. There are those in civil society who have raised issues. And up to now, there's something fishy about why they're not coming up front as to why they're using that system. What we want them to know is that we live now in an era of transparency and accountability. They must be able to prepare Kenyans, do civic education, and tell Kenyans this is how we're going. This is why we're changing from fingerprints to your iris to. They are not doing it, and there's something fishy about that.
Your opposition has said that there are foreigners who are being added into the register. What evidence do you have to that matter? Because without evidence, that remains hearsay.
It is not a rumor, but it is something we're following up. If you do recall, I think it was C.S. Duale who said that refugees should be registered. There was the issue of opening up the border and lifting the vetting processes. And we've heard, I don't know if you saw this Somali woman speaking very passionately, saying unless we put up a wall on the Kenya-Somali border, their security will not be guaranteed, because we have a lot of people moving in from Somalia now. It's very, William Ruto has made it easier for them to get IDs, They're foreigners. William Ruto made it easier for them to get passports. There's a friend who went to get a passport the other day, and the people who had flocked there, they have made it very easy. And this is also not just a concern to our national security. We are also talking about the states that these fellows will migrate to. Concerns have been raised from the US, concerns have been raised from Europe about Kenya becoming this epicenter now of these immigration influx. And we are now talking about JKIA becoming a place, a hub for, drugs flowing. Once these systems are loosened in terms of security, it doesn't just affect our national security as Kenya, it affects other countries as well. So these are serious matters. But for us, we have been very particular that the Gen Z vote is going to be the game changer. We have gone out of our way. We are working on a strategy to engage the young people to come on board. What we know is that we are facing the same opponent. We know that for the first time, young people are coming out to vote. For the first time, the Gen Zs, they're first-time voters. Mm-hmm. And if you give them that ID, you give them that vote, you know where that vote is going to go. It's not going to go to William Ruto. And this is why we're saying we must mobilize. And we're urging young Kenyans, wherever you are, don't just say one term. Don't just say William Ruto must go. Make it real by registering as a voter. And it's through the ballot that we can actually make it clear to William Ruto that though you have made more bullets than we have more ballots than you do. And through the ballot, we'll be able to prove that ballots are more powerful than bullets. It can be done, and only the young people can do it. Leave alone the Ukambani vote, the 2 million vote we're talking about. Now, the people who are going to make William Ruto a one-term president and widen the gap are the Gen Zs. The country belongs to them. If William Ruto gets a second term, there'll be no country left. The rate at which things are going, unless young people come out and vote, the gap being narrow, we know that all attempts are going to be made to rig this election. But it cannot happen if the gap is wide. It will not happen.
I know that in a game of poker, you never show your hands.
Yes.
Right? And that you maintain that faith and never really know, your opponent or those watching never really know what's happening until your card's up.
That's true.
But in this case, it's kind of different, whereby the things Kenyans suffer from are the things that a new leader needs to come in and fix. So it can't be, wait and see. You can't play poker with Kenyans right now. That it must be, look, I'm coming, and when we talk about a plan, I think those are the things that Kenyans want to hear.
Yes.
Are you going to stop all these projects, for example, and say, let's focus on development? Are you going to make sure that money goes into education? Are you going to actually make sure that those who are corrupt, it doesn't matter if you sniffed in the direction of stealing 1 shilling, you go.
Correct.
Those are the things Kenyans want to hear. It's not just about policy shift, Eugene. It's really that we're going to get into bread and butter, brick and mortar issues. Get rid of the corrupt. Stop these projects where we don't see where money is going.
Yes.
Put money in education. It may sound oversimplistic, but to me that sounds about what Kenyans are hoping that folks who get into leadership tomorrow are going to do.
That's what we want to do, and that's what we're saying. There will be policy reversals in education, in health, in when you're talking about matters economy. There are decisions that were made from day one. The day the finance bill was brought, doubling VAT on fuel from 8% to 16%, that's where the rain started beating us. It was a decision made by this regime. Introducing a housing levy, all these are policy decisions that are reversible, and we're going to reverse them. And it is possible to cut taxes. This is what we are saying we are going to do. If we are able, and this we must focus on, to shut down this drain on the economy of this country through corruption and the wastage we are seeing. It can be done. It can be done, and we want to assure Kenyans it will be our number one priority. This is doable. There are policy reversals, but there's something that, to me, I don't see this as a challenge, because we can fix the economy. We can fix the broken education and health systems through good policies, and we have seasoned leaders who know what needs to be done from day one. We will be unveiling our manifesto. We will be unveiling our presidential candidate just after the by-elections in 2026. Kenyans will be able to see in detail our plan for this country. But our number one priority is to stop corruption. We must remove this corrupt president. We are not the ones saying he's corrupt. There has been a report, a global report that your Kenyans are all aware of, that rated our president number 2 in the whole world after Assad of Syria. Now that Assad is gone, he's number 1. Just this week, we had another report listing him as one of the richest presidents, not in Africa, in the world again. Now, what does this tell you? If, number 1, you've been listed as corrupt, then it follows surely, the way night follows day, that you'll be the richest. How do you become the richest in 3 years after being named the most corrupt? And Kenyans are so broke, they cannot make ends meet. You have squeezed everything out of their pay slips. What we want to do is to assure Kenyans that the policy changes we have, the plan we have, will restore the dignity of the pay slip, ease the pain at the pump, because it took a policy decision to double VAT on fuel for you to be paying what you're paying. It took a policy decision for a team to fly to Dubai, to the United Arab Emirates, to do a G2G deal that they locked in and extended in December. Why is it that fuel is still expensive in Kenya, even when crude oil prices drop globally? Do you know, because of that G2G deal that has been, there's nothing we can do.
But Eugene, again, that
can be reversed.
If you talk about G2G and decisions that were made earlier, a key principle in United Opposition is Rigathi Gachagua, who was there when all these deals were being signed. But then again, let's talk about United Opposition and dealing with the economy. First of all, what is your view of the economy today, and what would you do to fix the economy and address odious debt in the country today?
I think we need to start by having a very candid conversation with Kenyans. We don't lie to Kenyans that Uhuru has overborrowed. When we come in, we'll never borrow. I listened to Ndindi Nyoro the other day saying in the last 8 months alone, we've borrowed over $1 trillion. When you go to the 3 years, you're talking of over 3 trillion borrowed. We are over 11 trillion. And what are we talking about? Do you see where this money is going? Where we left, we were in Mount Kenya region. Many people blamed Uhuru for borrowing, but he was borrowing and was seeing what the money was doing. When Kibaki would borrow, you would see what the money was doing. You would see thicker super highway.
But Kenyans don't know where $1 billion went to.
No. These are issues that can be raised, and I think good people like Jimmy Wanjigi have been raising these issues, and it's their right to do so. But when you look at just like our visit in the mountain, I was very shocked. We were in Kirinyaga. You go to Kirinyaga, we were able to put up Thiba Dam. Thiba Dam was supposed to double rice production in that Mwea area so that we reduce that deficit and importation of rice. We don't have to get rice from Pakistan. We have the capacity to produce enough rice. Through irrigation, when I was Minister of Water and Irrigation, we were able to put up Thiba Dam and we completed it. I was there yesterday. All that needs to be done is for canals to be done, for water to be supplied to the farmers. People in Mwea are still crying about water today in spite of that investment. Where we left it, but is where it is today. The water is there, it's not being circulated. We traveled all the way to Sagana. The Keno Sagana road, where we left it, not an inch has been added, but the money is being borrowed. In fact, the same period that Ruto has been in office, he has borrowed more than Uhuru did. But can you say one thing that has been done? The Mau Mau roads were there. Nothing has moved yet. So this is what we're talking about.
But Eugene, when your CS irrigation, Kenya was still importing rice.
Yes, and that is why we put up Thiba Dam. And that is why we put up Bunyala irrigation scheme to be doubled through the World Bank program. We borrowed money to double rice production. And when you go on the ground, you will see the infrastructure. You see where the money went. And today, if we're just able to supply the water to the farmers, we can double the rice production in Mwea. We can double the rice production in Bunyala irrigation scheme. We have the capacity, we have the potential. What needs to be done is just leadership to ensure that this is done. But you look at the priorities of this government, they are totally bottom up, they're upside down. You are ready to spend money sending our officers to Haiti. Court orders have been given not to do that. You send officers there, you are spending billions on them. And you are not able to give enough money to the education sector. You cut down on capitation. Counties, as we speak, do you know the employees of county governments that have not been paid for 4 months? How are they living? How are these Kenyans living? And they're being told there's no money. But you look at the handouts being given at State House. You look at the briefcases of money being put in these so-called empowerment programs. You know, handouts. We have money for handouts, but we have no money for our children in our schools, for our hospitals, for our counties that are really engines of socio-economic transformation of this country. If we were to just make devolution work, put enough resources, cut down on this corruption and wastage, Kenya would be a different country. And that's the kind of leadership we want to provide. We are asking Kenyans to give us a chance.
And I just hope that, you know, the pain that Kenyans feel, or the reality of the situation, you know, if we almost use these things as epitaphs now. But this is the reality of very many people. Earlier in the day, we talked about a classroom in Nairobi, not in a rural area somewhere, in Nairobi, the capital city, where there are 100 students in a class, and the teacher cannot step into the class, not because they don't want to, but there's no space for that teacher to maneuver. And they teach these 100 children, the children of Kenyan parents, from the window. And you want to tell me that we're passing these children through an exam system that's going to put them in the world where now they have to operate? This is one example.
Yes.
Of the horrific experiences that Kenyans are going through because we've not been able to, we're unwilling to take resources where they actually should go. And this stems from poor governance.
It's not prioritizing.
The hope is that anybody who comes in tomorrow will take, it is not it's not a daydream, it's a reality.
Yes.
And we'll take that reality and actually do something. That's what Kenyans hope for.
And that's what we're working on. It's just a matter of removing this bottom-up system that has failed, the better plan that has failed to make our lives better, and actually putting in policies that work for all Kenyans, that will actually transform their lives. And you cannot say you have no money to put in the schools, the infrastructure, like you have said. And you have billions you want to purchase planes for the president. Do you know, as we speak, they're in the process of purchasing new jets for the president.
Not for Kenya Airways?
And no. This is... And you're talking about 70 billion. New aircrafts, they've sent our military people to go and identify them. And our children cannot get money to go to school. I think we have something, there's something wrong with this government.
There's a lot to do.
Yes.
And this
it's bottom up.
There's a lot to do, for sure.
It's real bottom up.
And there's still some time to go. But there's a lot of convincing for Kenyans to be done, but convincing on truth.
Yes.
I want to thank you for joining us in this conversation.
Thank you
very
much.
Eugene Omala is the party leader of DAP Kenya. Has been here with us this morning and letting us know that, you know, they're in the running for this and that they have plans that they hope to see succeed.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining in on this conversation. It's 11 minutes past 9. More conversations continue after this. Good morning.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu hawaulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself. But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
We're getting into 9:15, and these conversations continue this morning as we move through the region. This is the Situation Room on this 13th day of October, and we are continuing with conversations this morning. Dennis Ndu and Dennis with you. And even as we do, let me let you know who's here in the studio with us, joining us. You've seen the serialization, perhaps, of a book that he's written. And as we go into some of the conversations in terms of what Kenya's doing at the helm of COMESA at the moment, Erastus J. Omwencha is the former COMESA Secretary General and AU Deputy Chairperson, and joins us in studio this morning. Good morning, Bonaventure.
Very well. Thank you very much, my sister.
You're well?
Yes, I've been watching you since 6. You must be tenacious, really, to be here and strong up to this time, 9.
It's the drugs that Dennis Okari provides.
Yeah. You people ever sleep?
We try to.
Yeah, okay.
We try to, and not upside down like the bat, but somehow.
Okay.
But thank you for joining us this morning. Obviously, there's a lot. You're no stranger to the things that happen around Africa. So even as we welcome you this morning, Dennis is going to share some words from Liberia.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. So the proverb today we get from Liberia: no matter how long the dry season lasts, the rain will come again. No matter how long the dry season lasts, the rain will come again. How would you interpret that?
Do you want me to be honest?
Yes, of course.
I was watching you at 6, and this was the same proverb that you raised.
Yes.
So I was coming here hoping that you give me a different one.
Oh.
But I'll try on that one. And I think it's Dennis who brought the idea that when he quoted the book of Proverbs and saying, you may have darkness all night, but
joy comes in the morning.
In the morning.
Yes.
I think that sums it all, in my view. But I can add to that You know, if you look at even powers that be around the world, no power has ever survived more than a century or more than even 3 decades. They all come and go. And I think it reminds us as human beings that we are here for a season and we'll depart. And so we prepare ourselves for eventuality. And for Christians, we know what that means. Yes.
Well put. That's deep, eh?
It is quite deep. You've been listening all morning, and even though the proverb remains the same, obviously the depth that you bring to it is new and refreshing.
Yes.
So thank you so much for that. We're looking into COMESA and, of course, Kenya's role in COMESA today. And folks may say, okay, that seems a little bit left field, but all right, let's look at the way the world is operating at the moment. And that regional bodies, for the longest time, have great importance in terms of how these regions now contribute to global politics and the global economic system. And it doesn't really matter what you look at. You look at the Arab League, when you look at the European Union, when you look at the African Union, when you look at bodies like NATO, for example, who've come together because of their regional geographical positioning and the things that they're able to do. The world is going through in units what we're going to look at as nationalism, where everybody is looking inward and trying to get a situation whereby they do better as individual units to allow them to come together into better regional bodies for a better world, as cliche as that may be. Africa has tried that as well. In the north of Africa, where you have that conglomeration, where you have ECOWAS in West Africa, where you have IGAD, you have EAC, you have COMESA, SADC, and such. We're looking at COMESA today. And the recolonization of Africa, whether you want to take it that way or not, we're in the throes of it. And it is happening today. But it's coming in a different way, with a bit of softer power, perhaps. And the thought that Africa then needs to come together as unified bodies, but also as strong units, is very strong in the minds of many. COMESA is one such body that wants to bring people together, the common market for East and Southern Africa, and with Kenya at its helm in terms of putting policies together. What can COMESA do today that is going to cement the position for Africa on the global trade scene? Let's start off from there.
Thank you. In your intro, you've made profound statement looking at the global aspect, the geopolitics of it, but also regionalism and what you have also rightly tagged as nationalism that is on the rise and the rest. And then, of course, in the end, the question is, what can COMESA do? There's no question about the fact that no country can survive as an island today. And we are all interrelated in one way or the other. And yes, Europe united at the back of US supporting that integration because they were under threat from communism, or call it socialism, the Russians. And so it was to barricade Western Europe with that iron curtain. America itself grew from the fact that many of the people who left Europe went to America, and America prospered, became a strong nation. And today America is struggling to stay at the top. And part of the geopolitics that you refer to is that. But if you go back to history and see how, colonialism, which you referred to, or mercantilism under colonial slave trade and the rest, there was always a question of raw materials, markets, and also dominance. But that's not the game today. Today, the game is about technology. The game today is to be able to also access markets. The game today is to be able to have geopolitical influence around the world. And so, yes, but where does COMESA stand in this? Africa, as you also mentioned, under colonialism, suffered in many ways. Split among European nations, French Africa, Anglo-Africa, Luso Africa, which is, of course, Portuguese and the rest. Africa was never talking to each other. And so when you look at aspects of whether it's trade and other aspects of, human relations, Africa has very little with each other. And that's what COMESA is trying to address. In fact, the history of COMESA goes back to independence, when the leaders met in Addis Ababa on 25th May, and they said, look, let AU concentrate on liberation, let us create economic communities. And that's how COMESA was created. That's the journey COMESA is on. The beauty today, COMESA is now talking to other regional groupings like SADC, like East African Community. They have now come up with a tripartite. Now, what can it do? I think it's good to give in a specific case like Kenya. Kenya, as you rightly mentioned, is at the helm, and you saw they hosted. This is not the first time Kenya is hosting. In fact, it's the third time. And Kenya has always understood the benefits of belonging to COMESA. It gives Kenya a bigger market. And if, like we mentioned the case of Kenya, take, say, one product. Kenya today sells tea to a big market in COMESA, to Sudan, to Egypt, to Libya, Tunisia, where tea is never grown. And that's the kind of thing that people never realize, that Africa can trade with each other. And so, yes, that is the benefit that it will bring. That bigger market, but also uniting for us. Imagine where now we can be able to sell this tea in West Africa, in Southern Africa, like South Africa, which consumes under tripartite. That will be a big market for Kenya, say, one product. And so on. So I can go on, and so let me allow that you ask leading questions, because I've just put a large picture. And I think now let's go dive in.
Yeah, I'm glad you've painted that picture. And I'm just looking, I'm just trying to have this comparison, what it essentially is designed to do. And you look at the current state of affairs in different countries that are part of this. And I'm just thinking, these regional blocks as they are currently constituted, and in this case we're talking about COMESA, still relevant in their current structure? And I'm asking this because we've had trade wars between these countries that we're still talking about, yet under COMESA, there is what has been agreed. There are structures that do exist. But you tend to see different administrations then get into these trade tiffs, as you might call, that essentially then end up affecting businesses and affecting markets and the flow of goods and products or even services. Yet, we have a structure and we have a block called COMESA. How do we correlate these two?
Yes. In your question, the first aspect you asked is, what is COMESA designed to do? Integration is one of really the priorities of COMESA. And what do we mean by integration? Because integration is to bringing two economies which operate separately to start working with each other over time. And eventually, in fact, integration goes through various stages. You can start with just trade, and then you create a common market where you allow goods and services to flow across the border. Eventually, you become like one nation. I mean, if you go to states, people always forget that states, United States of America, there are 50 or so states that make United States. But when you travel in the states, you never even realize that you have crossed a border. Today, you do realize. That's the journey that COMESA is embarked to do, together with the African Union at the helm. Now, you also implied in your question that current state of affairs doesn't reflect that journey is really progressing well. I couldn't agree with you more. As you know, integration itself is a process, and you bring in two parts to bring them together. These parts have to learn each other, understand each other, remove all the fears and all the obstacles. Some obstacles are human cost, others are physical, so removing them takes time. And that's why you see trade wars sometimes happen in that context. And so it's a process itself. It takes time for you to achieve that.
One would ask the question, you look at COMESA, Africa Union, but let's go to individual countries, and if at all these countries understand what working together, what unity, what trading together would mean, not just for the country, but for the people of the continent, do they understand the importance of working together and speaking in one voice? Because fine, we would quote the likes of European Union and what that has done to the 27 countries. Does African governments understand the need of working together?
A very good question, and a complex one for that matter. In the sense that, when you are dealing with a nation state, a nation, when it's projecting its external interests, looks at three things. One, of course, its own interests. What are the interests of that state? The second one is values that it wants to project as a nation to the rest of the world. And the third one is power, because every nation wants to be felt around in the room and all that. And because of that, selfishness does kick in. And hence, what you imply that, yes, all is not going well sometimes, because even when they all understand that we are better off working together. Hence, the book that she referred to, we have written, says, we are better off rising together. In fact, the theme of that book is, separate, we die. But together, we can rise up. We can have our voice. Because today, even all these complaints about AGOA and the rest, if Africa spoke with one voice, 55 states say, hey, America, thank you very much. You're not going to extend AGOA to us. We'll go separate ways. US will come running after. But what they do, they come and pick you one by one. They make you look good. And you go a separate way. So you all talk 55 voices. That is the danger. And the question you're asking is important. That is what we have never understood, that when we are united. For instance, today, Africa has got some of the critical minerals the world is looking after. If Africa sat together and say, we are going to determine the price and how you take these minerals, the rest of the world will power and say, what do you want us to do with you? But because they come, each country, you saw the other day, somebody goes to DRC and says, we'll stop this war, but give us all your minerals. DRC powers down. That's the danger. And that's what colonialism did to us. We still have those colonial inroads into us. We still have the superpowers inroads into us. We have never learned the game that together we are strong, separate, we seek.
You're deputy at the AU, and one would look at African Union as a body that speaks for the continent, and one that also gives direction. So in terms of these discussions on unity of the continent and speaking in one voice, are these conversations at that high level that then COMESA would feed off that and spread it?
I was fortunate to work with people like Gaddafi. Much as he was not liked by the rest of the world, Gaddafi is one of those people who argued that we should have one foreign minister speaking on behalf of Africa. So now, if you have 55 foreign ministers speaking, which voice do you listen to? Because Africa can only be united when you start speaking in one voice.
But isn't that
we're now speaking 55 voices. The unity, of course, and that's what I said, integration is a journey, it's a process, it's not an event. When we reach that point that we can now allow us that to say, you speak on our behalf on foreign policy, or even Europe has not attained that. In fact, what Europe now do, they all meet, then cover a position. Each one of them then speaks to that script, but they don't speak 27 of them more. From one voice.
But they
so
meet,
that because they carve that. Africa tries that a lot. And that's why, for instance, if you go to the UN, Africa has 3 positions. And what is ideal is a position is taken in Addis Ababa. Once it's taken, these 3 now articulate that position.
But even
by and large, they do that.
Sorry, Bonaventure, but even this position that is now held at the African Union, did you see the filibustering that took place before that position was arrived at, before the voting even took place? Africa was already polarized when it came to that decision. How are we going to get to the place where African countries can coalesce around an idea and then take that to the global stage? Gaddafi, in his right, knew what he was talking about when he said, guys, he was a seer. And he said, the way to be able to deal with this thing is to come together. And that's where the ideas of the Organization of African Unity then came about. Kwame Nkrumah had ideas about this before Gaddafi. And it was on those conversations that they came together and said, you know what, guys, this is actually what we ought to do. Where did we lose it along the way? Because you've just said something very important, that even the European countries, they may not have one idea, but they come together and carve an idea. We don't do that. We have an African Union that's funded externally. We have an African Union for which members don't even pay their yearly dues. How do we come together and coalesce to carve out ideas about our future when housekeeping issues we cannot even take care of? How?
That's loaded. But let me answer one question among the issues that you mentioned. Where did we lose it? To me, we lost it in 1963 in Addis Ababa when they were crafting to put together the Organization of African Unity. There were two voices in the room. One by Nkrumah, who argued that let's start the African Union project now to unite Africa. Nyerere argued, no, let's start gradually. So Nyerere argued for gradualism, and that's what we also say in the book. So that he argued that, okay, and we can also start with the regional blocks, which later on, will be united as building blocks for United States of Africa. That journey has taken long, and in any case, at some stage, we are being balkanized, even our regional blocks.
Absolutely.
We are SADC, we are COMESA, we are ECOWAS. And so we have never really, yet, at the end of the day, we are all Africans. In my view, I always say, I'm an African of Kenyan origin. Not many people understand that statement. Many of us are always, I'm a Kenyan. And that is the challenge that we have globally, or call it at continent level.
Would you think
the moment we transform, so I wanted to answer the question where we lost it. And so along the journey, we've been struggling to get that path right. That's why along the way, people like Gaddafi came. There was a time when we were transforming OAU to AU, and you had the likes of Obasanjo, of Mbeki, of Bouteflika. Those were very much committed to us working together. That's why they came with programs like NEPAD.
Yes.
So they come with the program to say, look, even when we face international community, because let's not fool ourselves that Africa can be an island. They said we shouldn't be going with our small baskets individuals. Let us design continental programs so that we approach international community together. Now, that has also not really brought what you might call significant transformation in the continent. So yes, we all understand, everybody knows the disease, but it looks like we are still in the laboratory to find a cure.
So, would you have agreed with Nkrumah, or would you have gone the Nyerere way?
Me, I would have agreed with Nkrumah. Even now, I regret that Nkrumah didn't manage to get the way, because Nkrumah was very clear that yes, we got flag independence. They gave us flags, but they never gave us economy. And that's what has eluded us up to now.
What is stopping the continent from sitting at the table and agreeing on the way forward? Because all along you hear decisions are being made by former colonialists. Why can't African governments just sit and agree, we are African, Africa is our business, and this is our agenda?
When we start thinking Africa, that will be easier. Because we still think Kenyan, we still think Luo, we still think Kikuyu, we still think, you see, we haven't transformed ourselves, carried ourselves to think that big. And that is the disease that we still have to cure. And I hope, because if you look at our young generation, you can see impatience, especially among the Gen Zs and the rest, that people are not going to sit idle with biting unemployment, with really, even in any economy, when you have a large population that is left behind, that population will always be a time bomb. And that's why countries like China were so smart. They came up with programs that has lifted over 1 billion people out of poverty because they understood that development that is not does not have a human face, development that is not going to transform people, will eventually leave you in a very unstable situation. Africa must come to terms to that. To say, if we don't work together, we will continue to be a market for the rest, a source of material for the rest of the world, and continue to be left behind. Those opportunities will never wait forever. So we need to understand the urgency in that so that we forget all these differences, our nationalism, and come together. And that's what she started with. She talked about our nationalism. That nationalism, you see it today, to get a visa to go to the US is next to impossible. We do it to our own Africans.
Indeed.
I used to find it easier to travel to Europe than going, say, to West Africa. Because that is how we were designed, to hate each other and despise each other, but to love the rest.
And yet, this is one of those issues, and President Ruto addressed himself to this, and there's been this conversation where we need a visa-free Africa. And we've had this talk for a very, very, very long time. And the visa requirements within the regional blocks are essentially killing intra-Africa trades. You talk to people who are doing business, you'd rather go to Turkey and import stuff from Turkey. You'd rather go to Dubai, do your importations from Dubai. You'd rather go to China and do importations from China. But if today somebody who wants to run a clothing business decides they want to go to Ghana or Nigeria and do the importation, it is almost next to impossible. And yet, we are within Africa. And I'm just looking at some statistics here, and this is coming from what President Ruto said. The intra-commerce trade, and though there is a talk that it's improving, still accounts for a very small share of the total trade. Africa contributes only 3% to global trade. 3%. And only 14% to intra-Africa trade. So 3% globally, 14% within ourselves. Yet, Europe, the one that you actually mentioned earlier, you compare to Europe, it accounts for 70% of their trade in intra-European. In Asia, they trade 60% of all their products and services within Asia. I've been to India many times. What they produce can be consumed within, and they're comfortable and they're okay with it. Yet here, we talk about the spirit of COMESA, but if we're only doing 3% globally and only 14% within the continent, there is a bigger problem to address here.
You know, since you quoted the Bible this morning, I'll start with the Bible. You know, when Jesus found that blind person, and, he opened the blind person's eyes. The first time he asked the blind person, "What do you see?" He says, "I can't see clearly." Then he now spat again and put some clay around his face, and the person could see clearly. We are in an era that we are still a little hazy. We can't see the picture you have just painted. When you mention trade figures, you know, trade actually is a parameter that shows the level of industrialization or a level of economic efficiency. Those two aspects, they work together very, very well. Industrialization and efficiency. And so Africa, how does Africa kick in terms of industrialization? Today, if you look at Africa, what we export, it is raw materials. And let me tell you, for the product of raw material, 1 unit of your raw material, when it gets to Europe, it multiplies 15 times the value you got. So hence, if all our raw materials are going to Europe, they're going to China, they're going to US, that's where things happen. And once they have happened there, they trade with each other because the economies are interlinked. Ours, we send raw materials, they are transformed there, and we buy them back. And when we buy them back, what you sent as raw material, now you are buying it back 15 times the value of what you got. Hence, your value of your imports is that big. And when you export was that small. That is the challenge we face. And so if we don't industrialize, Let me tell you, at one time I used to be director of industry in this country, in Comesa. It was an anathema to talk about in the association. In fact, people thought you were mad.
Why?
Because that is not your game. Your game was small-scale industries, do agriculture, do social sectors, because that's what they thought you could do best. But Africa, today, of course, now we can talk. How many countries have got a large iron and steel industry in Africa? Can you name one? So these cars you drive around, and you came in transport, that metal that brought you, where is it manufactured? But Africa has the raw materials for that car. So that is the thing.
Let me give an example.
So that is why Africa's value of global trade is only 3%, and it will only improve. The second question about is efficiency.
Yes.
Efficiency. To move trade, you mentioned West Africa. To move products from West Africa to bring them to Africa here. One time, I was giving an example at the Comesa meeting the other time when I was telling them, there's a time when we had plenty of maize in Uganda, and we had serious shortage of maize in Zambia. I was in Zambia at that time, and under Comesa. We found the Uganda maize cheaper at the farm price than the maize that was in Brazil. When we tried to move it, by the time it would arrive in Zambia, the maize from Brazil would beat it by almost 20%.
From Uganda to Zambia?
Can you figure out how you move that maize from Uganda to Zambia? Just figure out in your head.
I'm just trying to imagine through trucks.
That time the transportation system, particularly through Tanzania, was impossible. The roads were not working well. I mean, the potholes all over. Now you might move much better because what Comesa and the East African community have done by bringing the Northern Corridor. So you had to get maize from Uganda to Mombasa, put them on a ship to Durban, from Durban to Zambia, and you are crossing many countries to do that. From Brazil by ship to Durban is shorter. It took you about 4 or 5 days, and then now you can bring it up. From here to Durban, it will take you 3 or 4 weeks. That is the challenge we have. Efficiency of trade in Africa. Even to trade with each other, we need, first of all, infrastructure. That is one of the major handicaps of intra-African cooperation.
And is it lack of opportunity? Because let me give an example. Because you earlier talked about raw minerals. Let's talk about diamonds, for example. And I was watching this documentary, and they were talking about, this was Belgium, and Antwerp, which is called the diamond capital of the world. There's so much diamond, yet they don't mine any diamonds in Belgium. And you're trying to look at 80% of world's rough diamonds and around 50% of polished diamonds are actually transiting through Antwerp, for example.
Yes.
But if you retrace your steps, you look at where they're coming from. So you have Botswana, you have DR Congo,
yes.
You have Angola, you have South Africa, you have Namibia, you have Sierra Leone, you've got Zimbabwe. All these are African countries.
Yes.
Now, all these African countries can come together and say, okay, if all our diamonds are going to these countries and they are polished, they're like you said, the value increases 15 times. Why can't we then insist and say, let us mine and let us produce everything that needs to be produced through diamonds locally. Then we sell it to Europe.
Yes.
But if you walk into a shop today, want to buy a diamond ring, the cost of buying that diamond ring, if you're in Angola, for example, will be 100 times.
Yes.
Yeah.
100 times the cost.
Yes.
Why can't we have a conversation around building this? If these are, instead of having these trade conversations that we need to we're looking at these percentages. If what you've raised, efficiency, for example, is one of those issues, where are leaders not having these conversations?
It's said and done, but it's not that conversation is not in the room. The problem is the will.
There's no goodwill
and the courage to be able to overcome this nationalism and do it. And also take bold steps and go through some of the pains so that you can be able to free yourself from this international, what you might call economic architecture that is designed in such a way that you participate in low-value activities.
So we are still being colonized.
Of course.
We're not free.
Who told you are free, Dennis? Who told you are free?
You sit at the A, you tell us more.
So we're actually still being colonized. We're not independent.
Absolutely. Economic slavery is still going on. Economic slavery is still going on. Yeah, and that's why Nkrumah said, yes, you have flags flying around that you are independent.
Yeah.
But it's empty shell.
But what do we expect if if the organization that's supposed to be promoting African unity is funded by these same powers, these same countries who you're hoping to get this economic freedom from? How would that ever happen?
But you have changed your tune. At one stage you said that these are externally funded. Now you are saying they are funded by countries.
No, but they're
so which is
funded,
which now?
No, same thing, externally funded. And I said the same thing, and I'm saying it again now.
But
how do we expect to actually have unity or freedom
That's your
if
answer.
the AU itself is externally funded? How?
That's your answer. Who pays the piper calls the tune. And it isn't that we don't have the capacity to finance it. It is because we have no will, we have no capacity. Because if we had made that decision to say, yes, we are going to fully finance African Union, empower, give African Union good mandate. Because if you think even of when we talked of, say, one voice, if everybody that was to speak said, let Addis Ababa speak and here Tosha, we are not going to speak, what Addis has said is what stands for us. And then we say, we're going to China to negotiate infrastructure agreement. Send bureaucrats from Addis Ababa to go and negotiate on our behalf. But do you think Kenya, do you think Mozambique, do you think Uganda will accept that you send people from Addis to go and speak on our behalf? We want to project our own influence. We want to, and that's why we defend small pseudo-states, as one time Museveni called them. Because if you think about it, just think, you have nation states that are 500,000 people, 1 million, 2 million, they are not economically viable. And the majority of African countries are of that size.
But
even the size of the economies, what you may call purchasing power is so small that you cannot have meaningful industrialization.
But look at what happened in Europe. Let's take the example of Greece.
Yes.
Greece fell through the cracks. Economically, it was bankrupt. And they were essentially not going, and then there was talks that they would be dropped from the European Union because of the fact that they would not measure up to 1, 2, 3 standards. They said, you know what, these are the standards for you to be part of the union. You need to do 1, 2, 3. You're not doing that. They could have left them to fall by the way as a pseudo state, as it were, if you were to apply the same thing that Museveni did to some of these countries in Africa. But what did the European Union do? They were put on a plan. They said, no, we're not going to leave you by the way. They got to the point whereby Greece became viable again. They made them essentially look at, okay, what is it going to take for you to come back onto the ramp? And let's ensure that that is actually done until it actually happened. And that's what I call unity. That's what I call saying,
Absolutely.
okay, you know what, nobody's going to fall by the way. For us to be able to speak in one voice, this is what we ought to do. That's the point where you get to when you know that you're actually operating in a unified sense. It seems to me that we still have a very, very long way to go if we don't even understand the very tenets of what unity is as an African nation. As an African nation, I'm going to say it like that, as an African nation, and then even going further to a continent. If we don't understand the basics, can we really operate without a simple comprehension of what we ought to be doing?
No, you have said it very well. I mean, I can't add on top of what you have said. You've really captured the spirit of the challenge that we have. You know, knowledge, again, going back to Dennis's Bible quotation this morning, if you go to the book of Hosea, it says very clearly that my people perish because of what? Lack of knowledge. And I don't know whether I would call it lack of knowledge, but also in some cases, wisdom, because everybody now has access to this. Anybody that you meet understands. They all talk about neocolonialism, they talk of whatever it is. But when you comes to do, you say, okay, let's now go this way. You know, you mentioned Greece. Greece was rescued by the European Union, not IMF, because they understood. Where do we run to? Is it that Africa has not put on the table a proposal to create an African monetary fund? Has it taken off? No. I mean, if I give you an example, if you look at, say, Comesa created a bank which is Trade and Development Bank. Today, it is one of the last resort lenders of Kenya. And you saw the other day, the president announced that he's going to continue to invest about 100 million in Comesa Bank because they can now see the benefits. If we start making those kind of steps, understanding that having our own instruments, our own institutions, then we are better off.
You know,
but the moment you rely on others to come and rescue you, they have their own agenda. If you think of the IMF World Bank, they were created at the back of the Second World War. And what was the reason for having those instruments? The victors of the war designed the global architecture so that they can control and they command it so that their values can continue to run the global economy. And that's why you hear people continue to complain that we must democratize the global financial architecture. So that is why Europe has gone a step ahead, and they don't go to borrow IMF, World Bank, and the rest. They have their own instruments.
And that's why they don't like emerging leaders, like, for example, Burkina Faso's Ibrahim Traore. Exactly. And talking about, borrowing, for example, there's a lot of rollback in terms of policy that Traore brought into his country. Yes. And among the issues, still talking about trade and all that, he, for example, decided, you know what? We are going to move to nationalize or reclaim ownership of foreign-owned gold mines and these diamonds. We're going to own them. And they will all come under the state control. And he suspended export permits for Ticino Gold to crack down on illicit trade. So this is about corruption, because a lot of people are finding avenues then to trade through those in the black market, for example. Then there's a lot that he did. I remember watching a story where school uniforms for children in Burkina Faso, they were all imported from China. And they said, look, we have our very own mothers, fathers, people who are very well trained, who can actually do tailoring. Why don't we do this ourselves? And they started tailoring their own school uniforms, nothing imported.
Even judges.
Including judges.
Yeah.
In terms of agriculture, because Burkina Faso is what, 5 million or around that number. I don't know about the GDP. But that population is half the population of Kenya. Yet, what then Traore ended up doing is saying, look, our three core sectors that help our economy is what? Agriculture. What did Traore do? He started purchasing tractors, sending it to the villages so that they can improve on farming and so that they can feed themselves and
export.
Rather than importing maize, for example, importing all these things. Does it take, in your opinion, somebody who has the kind of mind that Traore has then to change around the country and, by extension, even changing the whole continent? Is that the kind of leadership that then the continent needs?
Exactly.
To compete with Europe?
Dennis, I'm glad you brought that point. And I'll give you an anecdote. One time, my chairman and I went to see a head of state. I think for diplomatic reasons, let me not quote that name of head of state. And he closed the door and they told us that, look, my uranium all goes to France. If today I make noise and they say you are not giving us a fair price, I will lose my seat. You remember even when Bagbo in Cote d'Ivoire challenged the franc, the currency, and said, look, we cannot have our central bank sitting in Paris. We must democratize this. And for us to have our own central bank here, where did the Bagbo end? An ICC. And the rest of it. So this is part of that global architecture, as you put.
So wait.
And when you mentioned, I don't want us to leave this room whining and feeling that the glass is empty. I always see it as half-full, because what the case you mentioned of Burkina Faso is part of that journey that people are now starting to say, with the pressure, because Burkina Faso has had the longest relationship with some of its former colonial, but remaining one of the poorest countries. And yet, the population, the Gen Z, he himself is very young. That is the transformation that we can start to see, that Africa is not going to sit idle and will not have that patience. And so our leaders, to me, I always say, we either lead from the front or the population will lead you.
And that takes me to the next question, which is, if you look at the continent average age, it is said it is the continent with the youngest population. Correct. And human capital. Correct. Can only be found in the continent.
Correct.
And you look at what is happening, and look at what has happened in Madagascar, look at what happened in Kenya with the Gen Z moving, and the pressure that they have in terms of, we deserve this change. Yes. Our African leaders are seeing at their populations and their demands and what they need, and look at it as a turning point to do things better, because if they don't change, they will be forced to change. Case an example.
Let's deal with that. I'm sorry to cut you so short. You know, when she gave the intro at the beginning, she talked about the geopolitical tensions that are there. What is informing some of these geopolitical tensions? The rest of the world is worried that Africa, being young, by the year 2100, out of 4 human beings on earth, 1 will be an African. And the rest of Europe is aging, declining. In fact, it might even more. And so, as you rightly mentioned, Africa being youthful, we are sitting on a gold mine. But this gold mine is only good if it can be exploited and then processed. Now, we have a population, and we all keep on saying a population. The population is there, yes. Africa is 1.3 billion people, but that population remains potential because we are not giving them good skills. We are not giving them jobs so that they can then be productive. They become a market, they produce even more. So, if we start turning with people like what we are seeing Traore and the rest doing, yes, we now turn our potential into economic power. But as it is at the moment, we're just sitting on it, and this will turn out to be about a cake and become a time bomb to us. But Africa has an opportunity to come to the table and transform this today. Yes.
Of course, there's a future, and it's the hope that we can walk into that future with, guns fully loaded. There's a lot of work to be done, and many units towards that. Thank you so much for joining us on this. And, we're of course enjoying the serialization of this book. Wow. Time is gone. Erastus J. Omwencha, former COMESA Secretary General, has joined us in this conversation this morning. Looking forward to many more.
Thank you so much.
Enjoying, of course, reading that book.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Asante, everybody, and good morning. Thank you for being on the Situation Room this morning. We'll talk again tomorrow. It's 10 a.m.
Okay.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. The Council of Governors has called a consultative